Are you thinking of owning your dream homes? EJ Investment is here for you. Secure our quality bungalows with 2, 3 or 4 bedrooms, or our story buildings 3 or 4 to 5 bedrooms at very affordable prices with flexible payment plans at our Sanyang Seaview Estate, where you can enjoy the cool breeze with modern infrastructure such as tar roads, covered drainage system, modern electrification with street lights, gated entrance with security posts, and social amenities such as gas station, shopping mall, medical clinic, park, schools, children daycare, and a lot more. Our dedicated team of professionals will keep the estate clean at all times, provide security and patrol team within the estate premises, install latest technologies such as CCTV, Wi-Fi, home network installation, solar panel, and power backup system. Also, check out for our additional home facilities and interior design service such as premium tiling, wall plaster, home landscape, fingerprint home lock, and a lot more. Visit our office at Senegambia Kololi Highway and get a free site visit tour, or contact us on 4464-838. WhatsApp us on 3259220. Or you can visit our Facebook page or Instagram on EJ Investments. EJ Investments, we are first in properties.
Islamic microfinance is becoming an increasingly popular mechanism for poverty alleviation, especially for developing countries around the world. This microfinance service adheres to the principles of Islam as a form of social responsibility. Yona Islamic Microfinance is the Islamic microfinance of choice in the Gambia, trustworthy and reliable. At Yona Islamic Microfinance, we provide savings products, current accounts, financing products in conformity with Islam. In addition, Yona Islamic Microfinance also offers local and international remittances, takaful fund, management of zakat, management of awqaf, trading and investment, and building of strategic partnerships to bring financial services to the doorstep of the poor with donor projects, madrasas, youth organizations, women groups, and farmer organizations. Make a choice with Yona Islamic Microfinance today. For more information on Yona Islamic Microfinance, call 377-2151 or 9832-151, or visit Yona head office at Tipa Garage, Bakote, or visit any Yona branch located countrywide near you.
Konga fale ko namu badabanda ila vlezola la enie Gambia bino Gambia la sola enda na sola enterprise sola nimbati kendo kurao de dasala aboro sinenamo kaji sena odila Gambia la sola enda na sola enda na sola enterprise jaliwo Sola kende soto, yeah. Jali man fofena, o sola kende soto. Sola enterprise, na enterprise. Sumanu baro kunjurungo.
The Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards, 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Haidara family.
Well, good evening, viewers, those viewing Kerr Fatou right now. We are right now at Penchami Hall at Paradise Suites Hotel, where the GPU Journalism Award Night is taking place. This award night is to recognize the hardworking, one of the hardworking journalists, treading the profession of journalism, to award excellence in journalism profession. We are right here, right now, to give you full coverage of this award night. As the award night goes, we will give you updates on who wins what, and then we'll also have interview with veteran journalists who are present here right now to tell us more about the hardworking journalists that are trading the profession and also how they feel about this profession. And then one of them is Sang Wisdom Mendy, who is the managing director of the Media Academy of Journalism and Communication, MAJAC. We've seen the past two award nights. MAJAC students have been dominating this award night because of their hard working. So we'll have Sang Wisdom Mendy to tell us how he feels about MAJAC students being nominated, and not only nominated but winning awards in the GPU award night. So Sang Wisdom Mendy is down there. I will just go there right now and then have a conversation with him on what he thinks about MAJAC students being nominated in this GPU award. Well, Mr. Mendy, good evening.
Evening.
We have seen for the past 2 years, MAJAC students have been dominating the GPU Awards night. As the MD of the school, how do you feel about the achievement of your students?
Well, I think it's, first of all, it's an achievement for journalism. When the GPU were setting up this GPU School of Journalism, now called Media Academy for Journalism and Communication, that was the objective. The objective was to enhance the quality of journalism in the country. So if the school is producing students that are actually being nominated, and some of them actually going forward to win an award, that shows that progress have been made. But we know we have a lot of room for improvement, and we'll keep doing that.
So, are you optimistic that this year again MAJAC students will come out with multiple awards?
Well, to me, it's not about awards. The fact that they are nominated, that in itself is an achievement for us. It's an achievement for the students of MAJAC. It's an achievement for the entire school. The board, the management, the staff, the students, everyone, is proud that our students have been nominated. Well, awards are not easy to win, but if the students win it, it becomes a plus for us. So for us, really, the fact that they are nominated to be among the ones possibly to win an award, that's a plus for us.
All right, thank you so much, Sang Wisdom Mendy. Another veteran journalist who is right now, attending the GPU Awards night to recognize the most hardworking journalists in the trade is a veteran journalist. I'm sitting here right now with veteran journalist. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine, I'm fine.
Could you tell us your name and the institution that you are representing?
Well, my name is Alaji Musa Mane. I work with the GRTS. Ever since that's where I was working, apart from my contract with the TRRC. But GRTS is my parent institution where I work.
Being a veteran broadcaster in the country, how do you feel about the GPU organizing such kind of awards to recognize excellence in journalism fraternity?
Well, first of all, my thanks to the GPU. This will encourage young journalists to come up. This is a sign that journalists are not forgotten, because journalists have gone through very, very, very hard times in this country with the last regime. So being the case, some of them were exiled, some of them have disappeared, some of them have died. But that didn't stop other journalists from doing their job. So because of that, I feel honored and I'm very happy to see journalists still doing their job. Journalism is, I can say, is as noble as teaching because it has three pillars: inform, educate, and entertain. These are the three pillars of journalism as well as broadcasting. So the job that journalists are doing and the job that journalists have done in this country, well, I say a big thanks to the GPU for organizing such awards for journalists. This will encourage them. This will make them more bold. They will take further steps in their job as journalists. So it is something very, very good that GPU is doing this for journalists.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mane. Another veteran journalist here with us is the veteran Pap Singh, winning multiple awards. I know today, if we are to talk about Gambian journalism, if we are to write books about Gambian journalism, Mr. Singh is one of the people that can't be left behind. So today, right now, all what we need from Mr. Singh to give us the brief background of the Gambia Press Union, how it starts, and then the award nights up to date. Mr. Singh.
Thank you very much. GPU was founded in 1978, but it was April 79, it was registered to AG Chambers. I was among the founding members like late Dixon Koli, late Deida Haidara, Babu Kerr, Cherno Jallo, Gagne Thomas, you name it. So really, since 78, we have done a lot. We paved the way for the youth. It's why today they have enjoyed the person to be a journalist. Now things are very easy because you have access of information and also with how to call it the new system of the electronic. With all these things.
Journalism now and journalism when you were starting the Point newspaper.
It's very, there's a big difference because when we started, the electronic system was not here. We are struggling, and now, thank God, with the new system of the electronic system, you have everything, you have all the facilities. But that time, we are rare, we are not so many, and we did everything possible to pave the way for the youth. And I think we have succeeded to have you the young journalists, to take over the mantle, to defend press freedom, to promote peace, democracy, good governance. I think that's all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. We've all heard from Mr. Singh, a veteran journalist who has been in the profession for decades.
51 years.
51 years. Mr. Singh just confirmed to us that he has been in the media for 51 good years, doing excellence in the profession. We have nominees, but right now the nominees are not around. They are somewhere hiding. We will go back to these nominees, and then later we'll have interview with these nominees, how optimistic they are to win this award, because all of them are winners since they are all nominated to be part of this excellence award night organized by the Gambia Press Union, the umbrella body of all the journalists in this country.
One, two. It appears they're hungry.
Say it again?
They are hungry.
Oh, are you guys hungry? Are you really hungry? It seems like some of them are really hungry.
Yes, absolutely. Sankolo, we got to do this fast because people have been here since 8. We don't want to keep them bored. So we've just done the national anthem, and then we will go with the award promo video. We just rolled that here. We want to have it back again. It is very important for us to have this because on this particular video, we have our sponsors. On this particular video, we have the television stations that are partnering with the 2021 National Journalism Awards. And then they've done it in 2020. They're back with us in 2021. So all those who are following online, on mainstream, you can just tune. These are varieties. Just tune to any of these stations. You'll be able to watch the National Journalism Awards 2021 live and direct on your laptop, on your mobile phone, on your television sets. And then we are really proud of the last part, the last bit of this promo that has to do with the sponsors. We will talk about them in just a little bit, but just before we do that, Sankole, we allow the voice to roll, we listen to the promo, then we go straight into the program. Yes.
Absolutely. Let's do that.
Sankula, I bet the technicians will be working behind the scenes to provide us sound for this particular promo. And while they're doing that, it's important to acknowledge that. But in the absence of that, we can go straight.
National Journalism Awards, 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, and Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Hyder family.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Tonight, Gambia.
Thank you so much. I'm sure the technicians are so eager to move on to the next stage.
Have you done something to the technicians? Because he keeps interrupting you here and there.
Absolutely.
Probably he's angry at you. What have you done?
But I'm very steady. No matter how you come to me, I will just focus. So we move on to the proper sponsors video. Thankfully, that's what we have there. We have to acknowledge them. We have this promo video, but we have a special video for the sponsors. And then the technicians are listening. They will help us roll out those sponsor videos. They're the EU, the Unique Group. We also have the UNFPA. We also have the National Disaster Management Agency. We have Child Fund the Gambia and the Data Hydra family. So we'll roll that sponsor video one after the other. All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the assistance. Sankula, I have 2 mics to see. All right. So, yes, we're going ahead with the promo video. If we have that available, please, we get that rolling.
Life stage child from is the life stage 1, children 0 to 5 years. Life stage 2 are children between the age of 6 to 14 years. Whereas life stage 3 are children and the youths between the ages of 15 to 24 years. We know that different ages have different needs and different demands. And the Dindi Federation works closely with Child Fund the Gambia in guiding them to deliver programs to these children, their families, and the communities they come from. Overall, I am impressed with the work our local partners are doing. I just concluded my monitoring visit with them.
God bless the children, our future. Let them rise and lead the way and bring a brighter day. God bless the children, our future. Let them rise and lead the way. They'll bring a brighter day.
My name is Adrian. I am with what
I'm deeply proud to be here today, Women Empowerment Center.
The Orange Center, it is
Unique energy, unique solutions to invest in the Gambia's first mini-grid electrification project using solar energy in partnership with the U.S. Agency for International Development USAID, ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, and the Government of the Gambia through the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities and Regulatory Authority, PURA. Nyamanar, a community in the southern part of the Upper River region, close to Senegal, which has an estimated population of 6,000 people and 500 households. Nyamanar is a large community with numerous economic activities, thus in constant need of sustainable energy. However, the lack of infrastructural development and standard electrification system has pushed several businesses and households to rely on solar lighting kits and diesel generators to meet their energy needs. Additionally, the lack of electricity has prompted the youths of Nyamanar to travel to Senegal in search of work due to its proximity to the border. Unique Energy Project Manager, accompanied by Unique Group Chairman, Mr. Papayus Fanjai and team, visited Nyamanar with a representative from the Ministry of Energy, officials from Public Utilities and Regulatory Authority, PURA, and donor administrators from ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, ECRI, to inspect the ongoing development of the project. The project team has made significant progress with the transmission network, solar farm, house wiring and meter installation. The project will improve visibility, enhance security, and promote nighttime socio-economic activity within the community of
Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards. 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency.
All right, thank you so much. And then Sankole, we deliberately skipped one part of this program guide, and that is to acknowledge the dignitaries here. But we deliberately came up with this because we knew how we suffered to organize this event. Right. We knew how we suffered to get funding to hold this event. And then special thanks to the EU delegation to the Gambia, NDMA, the Dada Hydra family, Child Fund the Gambia, Unique Group, and all other individuals who wouldn't want to be mentioned here who supported this particular activity. They made it a success, to be honest. A round of applause for our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Sankole's support was really scarce. We looked for it. It was nowhere to be found. Imagine, it was lying on the desk of these sponsors. We went there, we knocked their doors, and they said, we are going to support you. We wouldn't allow our journalists to display. It was really hard. A lot of people promised us. A lot of them had said they want their hands to be in this awards. We wouldn't accept that. We wouldn't put our integrity at stake. But these people said they're going to support us because when they need the Gambian journalists, they are always there for them. This is why they came all out. It was really difficult, but they came all out to support this. So thank you so much to all of you. We appreciate it, and hopefully we'll come back next year running the offices to seek support one more time. And we are hoping that other absolutely entities will come on board to support the National Journalism Awards.
I mean, hopefully they will be permanent sponsors, you know.
Absolutely. All right, so we move to the next item, and that is tribute to our fallen journalists. But before we do that, like I said, we acknowledge the presence of the Minister of Information and Communication Infrastructure, Honorable Ibrahim Masila. He actually called me at 7:45. The program was supposed to start at 8. He called me at 7:45 to say he was on his way coming. I said, Honorable Minister, you have to wait. Because you come at 7:45, we'll sit until 10. The program wouldn't start. So thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for taking time to join us here this evening without complaints. We really appreciate it. And Sankula, here with us this evening, we have media chiefs. Thank you so much for coming. We also have our awards committee. Thank you so much, Madam Jaina Banyangjai. A round of applause for our chairperson, Jaina Banyangjai. I can't hear you guys. This lady has been phenomenal, Sankule. She's a veteran journalist. She's really a strong woman.
The amazing thing about her is she's time conscious.
Absolutely.
She'll be like, time is up.
She'll be like, Folal and Wahon. And she will go home. There is no way you will keep her there. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We really appreciate all the effort. Thank you so much, Teres. Thank you so much, Salanjai. Thank you so much, Esa Jalo. Thank you so much, Buban. Thank you so much, Lamin Samjaita, all the way in the United Kingdom. Thank you so much, Farmer Fofana, wherever you're watching. Thank you so much. And Hatap Fadera, he just left us a couple of weeks ago to the United States, where he's pursuing his master's degree. Thank you so much, Hatap, for all the support. And then thank you to Sana, our vice chairperson. Has been very energetic. He's been knocking on all the doors of our potential sponsors to ensure that they bring money. Even this morning has been going down. So thank you all. Our media chiefs are here. Thank you so much for coming. Our veterans, serving and retired veteran journalists, thank you so much for coming. And then our GPU affiliates and all dignitaries here present this evening. Thank you so much. We appreciate your coming. And then we are really grateful. Sankole, what's the next item we have there?
Of course, the next item on the itinerary is a tribute, special tribute to our fallen journalists. I mean, today is some of us, like people like me, have the courage to, pursue this trade that we so much love. Thanks to all those who sacrificed along the road. Some even lost their life trying to, create that avenue for us to do what we all love doing. So this, of course, our category is a tribute to our fallen journalists.
And just to note, this is not the only list. A longer list was brought to our attention, but due to time constraint, we were only able to put this together. But we have a longer list that we would have loved to put here, but hopefully in our subsequent editions, we'll have them. So ladies and gentlemen, we observe this while we reflect on their plight serving journalists, especially those who lost their lives in the most turbulent manner, you would say. Thank you so much. We get that video. The fallen Gambian journalist.
Network Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV. In loving memory of fallen Gambian journalists, Daida Haidara, Chief Mane, Sisi Sawane, Jamila Tubari, Ba Trawale, George Christensen, Dudu Sane, Sajo Barrow, Ismaila Mane, Christiana Thomas, William Dixon Cully.
May their souls rest in perfect peace. All right, Sankule, we move on.
I mean, let's just continue to pray for them. They have done their part. Hopefully, we'll just continue to follow their legacy, and make them really proud. May their soul rest in peace, really.
Absolutely. Right. We move on to the next item, and that is our nominees. We can see all those tables, they're very empty there, because usually every year we have our nominees mixed up everywhere. We wouldn't know where they are. And this particular award is about them. Without the nominees, we wouldn't have this particular, although this Journalism Awards is here to observe a particular activity, but then we are looking at the nominees here, for instance. So we decided to keep them somewhere, and then they're in the VIP room. We gave them VIP treatment this year, and our ushers, our beautiful ushers, are on standby to walk them in.
They are special people, so we have to treat them specially. They are the reason why we are here.
Absolutely. So and then they're the more reason, in fact, why we invited the police band.
Absolutely.
And then the bandmaster, I'm sure, is on standby. Yes. Our nominees are about to walk into this hall. Yes. We want you to accompany them. When you're set, let us know. We will call on them. They're all lined up here. Our 25 nominees, and that would include the GPU's special awards. That is 2. We have the Daida Haidara family. They'll also be giving out awards here. That would 2 categories, but they're all in there, and they'll be walking in shortly. So, bandmaster, if you're set, we want our nominees to come in. They are our VIPs. They are our dignitaries, are very important people.
Special treatment.
They're just lined up here. We decided to just give them this VIP treatment this year. It's the first of its kind. So, ladies and gentlemen, our 2021 nominees of the National Journalism Awards, please welcome. And our nominees are led in by our beautiful ushers. A round of applause for our 2021 nominees, ladies and gentlemen. They're coming, we keep on applauding them, please. Ladies and gentlemen.
Applaud them, that's... Oh.
The next badge, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our nominees. They are accompanied by our beautiful ushers, ladies and gentlemen. Sankule, they look very awesome. This is really nice.
They look really elegant, really, really beautiful. Welcome on stage.
Nadi, you look very beautiful. Thank you so much, please, Ban. And ladies and gentlemen, there's our 2021 nominees who just walked into this hall. One more time, a round of applause for them. All right, Sankule, this is beautiful.
I mean, it's more than beautiful, but you know, the beautiful thing about it all is when you've done something and then it is being recognized.
Yes.
For me, all of them are winners. To be nominated among a host of journalists in this country, I think that's a beautiful thing. And it is amazing the way we've just treated them, because they really deserve it.
Absolutely.
Some of these guys have, in fact, all of them have put in so much effort into, you know, where they are to be nominated. So congratulations to all of them. I think they deserve the way we've just treated them. Really.
Absolutely. And then this judging process has been very rigorous. And then you just remind me to acknowledge our 2021 judges of the National Journalism Award. And I will start with the chief judge, and that is Mr. Iso Williams. He will be delivering a statement shortly. It will be virtual, and Iso Williams is with the BBCs all the way in the United Kingdom. It's unfortunate that we can't have him here. And then apart from Iso Williams, we have veteran journalist Boram Boj, we have Neistafa Sose, we have Amijuf Cole, and then Demba Kande. So these are the five top journalists we decided to choose for this year's 2021 National Journalism Award. So you see the caliber of judges we brought in, and then the pedigree they have when it comes to journalism here in the Gambia and beyond our shores.
Mark, obviously, journalism in this country. So it was not a mistake to have, you know, have this committee of experts. I'm sure that on a is seen here. These are people we know, they're hardworking. They have done a wonderful job.
Absolutely. So we'll leave it there, Sankole. We'll move on to the next item. At this juncture, we'll call on the president of the Gambia Press Union, Mr. Sharif Bojang, to give a remark. And then Sharif has been very supportive. He was all the way. At some point, he'll be in the UK. At some point, Mr. Bojang, you wouldn't know where he is. He'll be in Germany. But he's very effective. He's been supportive of these awards. So it's an honor to invite the president of the GPU, Mr. Sharif Bojang Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President.
A round of applause for our president.
Thank you very much, the MCs of the ceremony. On behalf of the Gambia Press Union and the media fraternity in this country, I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to welcome all of you present here tonight to accompany us to celebrate excellence in journalism in this country. In 2018, before I became president of the GPU, I was a judge for the GPU award, and I know how difficult it was to judge the quality of journalism in the country. Then some categories, there were no even entries. Some of the winners categories where you had a lot of entries, it was very difficult to even pick an award or a work that will be counted as an excellent work. Fast forward the story, this year we've seen the quality of journalism has improved tremendously. The Gambian people ask for investigative journalism quite often. Everybody will ask, why are you not doing investigative journalism? That was then. Today, we give you journalism, investigative journalism that made impact. We've seen investigative journalists. First, it started with one. Today, we have journalists, more than one journalist, who are doing investigative journalism to hold the government and everyone else to account, to bring the government closer to the governed. The public ask us for in-depth reporting. They often ask us, why are journalists always reporting on he said, he added that, he pointed out that? Why are they not reporting on what has not been said? Today, you can bear with me witness that in-depth reporting is very common among Gambian journalists. I've often said we came out of 2 decades of dictatorship, and there is not a single institution whose members suffered as the media fraternity. So everywhere in this country was impacted, was affected, and the media was not an example. So this is a work in progress. Today, what we celebrate here is that work in progress, that improvement in the quality of journalism for the people of this country. So on that note, I want to thank Gambian journalists. We've all come under a lot of criticism. People ask questions. Oftentimes, people are not satisfied with what we do. But as your president and as your colleague, dear Gambian journalists, I believe in you. I believe in your stamina. I believe in your dedication, your determination, and your passion to improve individually and to improve collectively. At the Gambia Press Union and the media fraternity that we represent, we fall often. But the beauty of representing you is the knowledge that when we fall, we always rise together as a family, as a team. We criticize each other, we embolden each other, and we always encourage each other, and that will always go on. On behalf of the GPU, I want to thank everybody who has taken part in this process, most especially the awards committee. It hasn't been easy. It was very tough. Sometimes there's a lot of paranoia as to whether this will happen or not, because the impact of the COVID outbreak is here on businesses, money, funds. So those institutions and businesses who came forward to accompany us, to be part of this, we are forever indebted to you, and we say big thank you. These awards night coincides with the passing of the Access to Information Bill into law. This is worth celebrating. And again, on behalf of the GPU, I want to thank, first of all, the coalition, civil society coalition on access to information. Oftentimes people thank the GPU. Since this happened, people thank the GPU, but this is beyond the GPU. GPU couldn't have done this alone. We wouldn't have reached this height. We saw an opportunity to bring teams together, to bring minds and heads together, and the result is that we have the Access to Information Bill, a law in this country. We want to thank everybody, the members of the National Assembly who took ownership. It was very tough ride. Some of us sometimes will leave the National Assembly so beaten, so depressed, so anxious, sometimes so angry. But at the end, we've had, I don't know of any bill that's got so much support in the parliament than this one. We thank the president for signing this into law. And we couldn't have gotten to this stage and having this law if we didn't have access to the government. And the former Justice Minister, Boubacar Tamberu, gave us access from the word go. So Mr. Tamberu, I want to say loud and clear that we appreciate what you've done, your solidarity with us to make this happen. The team, the GPU Secretariat, our staff, it has been very, very difficult, but you've always been there. You've always given your best to make sure that the GPU succeeds. And I do apologize for always taking your credit. People often thank me for the good work that you've done. And I want to single out a staff at the GPU. Nelly, may you rise up, please. This woman has been with the GPU since some of us were Not born, some of us were young. This week she's celebrating 22 years of serving the GPU. Nelly, we don't praise you quite often, but I'm here tonight to say we love you. We appreciate you. We thank you for always being there. Thank you very much. But the bad news is you're not going into retirement anytime soon. I want to I think this will be injustice if I don't take this opportunity to thank and salute my brother, my dear friend, and our former Secretary General Sekou Jammeh, who resigned, stepped down after 5 long years of giving himself out, giving everything to this union. Sekou stepped down right after the last year's award. We ask for perfection. Sekou gave us perfection at the GPU. We ask for excellence. He gave us excellence. We ask for commitment. We ask for everything, and he gave us much more than we anticipated, we expected. And because of that, the GPU today can look back, even in 5 years' time, and raise our fist into the sky and say, we've done it. It wouldn't have been possible because of a lot of things, but Sekou is a big part of that. If you are in the room, Sekou, can you stand up? No. Thank you. GPU is indebted to you. And finally, before I leave the stage, this is election year. My dear colleagues, brothers and sisters in the media, this country, there cannot be any time in the annals of the history of this country, that journalists and what we do, what we report, what we write, what we broadcast, online, offline, is as important as this. We talk about the need for peace and tranquility as we approach the election. What we broadcast and what we published will very much determine whether we have a successful election or not. This is the time when we have to be perfect. This is the time where this phrase, to err is human, is not existent. There is no room, there cannot be any room to err. There has to be perfection. There has to be responsibility. There has to be honesty in what we report. We have to be fair to ourselves, to our country, to our profession, and we have to uphold the sanctity of this noble profession. So I urge all of us, all of you, we support each other to be perfect, to be responsible, to be impartial, to be honest to ourselves in our election coverage in order to make this great country move forward, and that should not in any way undermine or cut or minimize our task of holding the authorities, especially our elected candidates who are vying for electoral posts, to account. But remember this, whatever we do, 2 things. Responsibility and impartiality. We can never forget that. To all of you who are here tonight, thank you for coming and have fun.
Mr. Serif Bojan Jr., the President of the Press Union, thank you so much. But for me, the takeout for me is responsibility and impartiality. These are really key words. Let's give another round of applause to Serif Bojan Jr., please.
Yes. So next on the agenda, we have a statement to be delivered by, we could have brought in the chairperson of the National Journalism Awards, but we'll skip that because she will cap off everything that has been said here this evening. And then, like I said, we'll hold on to that and move on to the chair of the panel of judges. And he is the BBC's Mr. Iso Williams. He is the chairperson of the National Journalism Awards 2021, the panel of judges. Ladies and gentlemen, it's virtual, but hopefully he's watching wherever he is. A round of applause for Mr. Iso Williams as we get his statement. Is virtual. I'm sure they're getting it ready for us so that we can listen to what Mr. Iso Williams has to say about their way of judging. This is National Journalism Awards 2021. Well, while they're getting that sankule, it will interest you to know that when the nominee list was out, we started receiving calls. People were bombarding us with calls, especially those who submitted their entries to say, why was my award not shortlisted? Why was this? Why was that? But we were also in the dark. We wouldn't know because we had said the awards committee, the GPU, will have no hand in what the judges are doing. So this was exactly what we did. We kept out of what they were doing. So we wouldn't know actually what their procedures were. So, but they were being guided by a TOR. But aside that, we couldn't dictate them as to what to do. So this tells you these people are men and women of integrity, and they wouldn't want anybody to interfere in their judging process. So aside that, with all the complaints we've received, all the recommendations and the comments, we documented them. Of course, we will take note of that and we'll forward it to the panel of judges. But most of these things are captured in the statement that Mr. Iso Williams will be delivering in just a moment. It's virtual, it's a video. He recorded it all the way from the United Kingdom, where he is. It's unfortunate that we can't have Mr. Iso Williams here with us. But while we're trying to get that sankule, it appears we are having some technical hitches. So we move on to the next item. We can always go back to Mr. Iso Williams' statement after the item we are about to mention.
Yeah, absolutely. We seem to have some technical issues there with the video. In the meantime, like you said, we'll proceed to the next item on the agenda. And before I call on this particular person, we've already spoken about her a little bit because of her role in journalism in general in this country. I remember when I was younger, I used to watch GRTS, and when she was on TV, I'll be like, wow, where did she learn from?
The voice.
Oh my goodness. And then she continued on from
the charisma.
I mean, the beauty.
The composure.
I mean, the elegance.
Absolutely. We just leave it there.
I mean, so on that note, we'll just call on the awards committee. The awards committee, that is Jenaba Nyanjai.
The chairperson.
The chairperson of the awards committee, Jenaba Nyanjai, to come and give us a statement. Please,
well, ladies and gentlemen, 2021 National Journalism Awards chairperson, veteran journalist, Madam Jenaba Nyanjai. A round of applause as she takes the stage to join us to deliver her statement. We can't hear you. A round of applause for our Madam Chair. She did all her best to ensure that this 2021 National Journalism Awards is not cancelled at some point. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to cancel this on Tuesday. We had said we were cancelling this. The program. Madam Chair, welcome.
And it is happening.
Thank you, Fatou. You want to help me because my script is inside.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the statement shortly from the chairperson. Madam Chair, you want to take this mic?
Okay. Thank you very much, Fatmata. Good evening, everyone. Honorable Minister of Information and Communication Infrastructure, Mr. Ibrahim Masila. Esteemed journalists here present, our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press who are here, media chiefs, I observe and respect all protocols here tonight. Let me start by saying Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. I say this because until 2 days ago, we did not think the National Journalism Awards will be possible. We started organizing these awards about 5 to 6 months ago, but things were just not falling into place until 3 days ago. Let me start by thanking our sponsors from the bottom of our hearts for funding this important event in the history of journalism in this country. We thank the European Union. We thank the National Disaster Management Agency, NDMA, the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, Unique Group, Child Fund, the family of the late Dada Haidara, represented here by Dada's son, Baba Haidara, and the family, and the Gambia Revenue Authority, not of course forgetting R&A. We appreciate your support, without which it would have been extremely difficult to organize the National Journalism Awards. We need not re-emphasize the important role that journalists play in our society. The purpose and importance of journalism is to inform society with the information they need to live their lives. Without journalism, we all know the world would be ignorant. Journalism is important because it gives current and relevant information and news to the public. Over the years, the Gambia Press Union, in collaboration with its partners, has engaged journalists in the Gambia, building their capacities, mentoring them on the various aspects of their work. This is important. And with continued support from partners, we are confident this capacity building and will be able to continue and improve on their work. We thank the GPU for the initiative in organizing the awards to encourage journalists and promote excellence in journalism across all types of news and information media, print, online, multimedia platforms, radio, television, and photography. The organization for this award ceremony started some 5 to 6 months ago, as I said earlier, barely 3 months after the holding of the last awards. You may recall that the last awards was late due to COVID-19. And even when it was held, it was low-key. We decided then to go ahead with the program despite the many challenges that confronted the organizing committee, and simply because we did not want to disappoint the journalists of this country, to honor and recognize their work. This year, with the guidance and blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is no exception. The organizing committee comprised of 11 members, and I want them, if they are around, to stand up and be recognized. I will call you. We have Sana Kamara, Vice Chairperson of the Organizing Committee and Chairperson of the Fundraising Committee. Is Sana around? Mr. Kamara? There he is. We also have Mr. Esa Diallo. Esa Diallo is the Chairperson of the Communications Committee. Esa, give a round of applause for Esa. Teres Keita is the Chairperson of the Logistics Committee. Teres, stand up and be counted. our indefatigable Fatmata Sise of GRTS. There she is. Hatab Fadera, who has been with us until recently when he proceeded for further studies in the United States. Lamin Sam Jaite, based in the United Kingdom. Salah Njai, Salah, stand up and be counted. Also based in the UK, but presently here in the country. Mustafa Mbai, who's wearing 2 hats, one as a sponsor from Child Fund, and the other one as a committee member. Mami Sedikan, where is Mami Sedikan, our indefatigable secretary? There she is. And of course, my humble self, Jainaba Nyanjai, as the chairperson. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give a huge round of applause to my committee members for their dedication, commitment, and sacrifice. We started off by meeting every other week, both virtually and physically, and they were always present. We started off without any funds. We fueled our cars, bought credit for our phones, and traveled extensively in the country, knocking on doors to get funds for this important event. Among ourselves, we have debated, we have argued, almost fought, not to talk of the criticism from some corners of this country. What I said was all worth it, just so that this night is realized and turns out to be a success. I am happy that it has. There are 20 award categories this year. 16 were open to journalists to submit entries. Have not heard of or seen veterans like Amijuf Cole, Bora Mbuj, Ndaita Falsose, Demba Kande, and Issa Williams of the BBC. And who is also the chair of the panel of judges, that's Issa Williams. These judges worked diligently without asking for a butut, and they came up with nominees and winners for the awards. We thank them sincerely. To conclude, I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Information and Communication Infrastructure, Mr. Ibrahim Silla. Mr. Silla, for the continued support over the years. We went to his office 2 days ago, can you imagine, to inform him about the awards and to invite him to deliver his traditional statement. He gladly accepted, and here he is. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the support. My fellow journalists, I need not re-emphasize our importance in this country. We are not simply writers, editors, and news anchors. Journalists are essentially the watchdogs of society and are the most visible proponents of the rights of free speech. Let us continue the hard work, but let us also strive to improve upon what we do. It is only through this that we can continue to claim our rightful place in society and contribute to the country's development. We are confident that the government, the donor community, and other partners will continue to give us the requisite support. I thank you all for your kind attention.
So much, Madam Chair. Dedication, commitment, and sacrifice.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Madam Chair, as she has said. Thank you so much, Madam Jainaba Nyanjai, for leading this group. Without you, this wouldn't have happened. This particular awards wouldn't have happened. So we thank you so much for your visionary leadership. We appreciate your sacrifice And then we appreciate your steadfastness. She is a very steady lady, a very strong woman there, you see. It has been very difficult, like she said. I was there throughout. Like she said, we nearly fought at some point because we wanted a cancellation. But she made sure, she ensured that everybody stick together to the end. So thank you so much, Madam Chair. Sankula, before we move on, I can see Mr. Pap Sen. He's seated right there. Thank you so much, Dorian, Mr. Pap Sen, for joining us here this evening. And just to remind you, just won the executive, the very high order award.
In the whole of Africa.
Absolutely. Absolutely, in the media category.
Congratulations to you, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Papson, and thank you so much for coming. And it's also good to see Mr. Musa Amani. Uncle Musa, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it. Honorable Usman Silla, thank you so much for coming. Madam Fatou Mane, thank you so much for coming. We recognize your presence. And Mr. Selim Fai, we can see veteran journalists here who graced this occasion this evening. Thank you so much, Uncle Selim. I've been calling to say, Uncle Selim, so you see, thank you, Uncle Selim, for coming. And Mr. Musa Sise, who is one time the president of the National Journalism. Well, they set the pace, and then we follow suit. Thank you, Musa, for coming. And then thank you all, and then hopefully later some names will come to my mind, and I'll keep on that. Mr. Babakar Cham, thank you so much for coming, sir. We appreciate your coming. So, Sankala, you see, it's a good composition. Veteran journalists here with us, retired, serving. We're learning from them. They set the pace, and we're following. It's a good pace they set.
It's really encouraging for young journalists to be seeing all these faces here. It's really amazing, and I have to be a little bit biased because Musa is my president as a former sports journalist. But why do you have to reveal somebody's secret? You don't have to do that.
It's an honor to have all of them, and then we have School of Journalism heads who are here, like Madam Dr. Adekule, the Dean of the School of Journalism at the University of the Gambia, and we have the head of MAJAC as well, Sang Mendy. So you see, they all spare time. Yes, Sang is here. So thank you all for coming. And then before we move on to the next item, we're still trying to get the video of Isu Williams. We would just like to tell this auspicious gathering that this list, these are the people who have been nominated for the 2021 National Journalism Awards of the GPU. Yusuf Taylor, Janke Toure. Round of applause for them as we call them, ladies and gentlemen. Alaji Mane, Ali Sise, Mustafa K. Dabo, Mohamed Esba, Lamin Fadera, Pa Baro, Keba Ansumane, Babkur C, Mafuji Sise, Momudu Lamin Choi, Omar Ba, Fode Mane, Kadi Jao, Keba Jefang, Omar Fai, Aminata E. Sayan, Yero Esba, Omar P. Jalo, and Umi Sow. So thank you so much and congratulations to all of you. Like Sankul heard earlier mentioned, you're all winners, considering the caliber of judges we have, and then them being so lucky to be nominated for this. It's just only luck, but they just did tremendously well in those stories they submitted.
Sorry to interrupt you, Bafamata. I think there are two institutions who have played a very important role in my own opinion, and that is MAJAC and the University of the Gambia School of Journalism. I think we are not giving them recognition they deserve, particularly MAJAC, because you realize that majority of these nominees are actually from MAJAC. So I think they really deserve another round of applause, honestly.
So congratulations to the tutors. So at this stage, we don't like to, because I can see some people are looking left, right, and center. The food will be served shortly, and that will be after the statement by Honorable Ibrahim Asilam. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, like I said earlier, we will get the statement of the chairman of the panel of judges, Mr. Isu Williams, later. But for now, we welcome on stage the Minister of Information and Communication Infrastructure, Mr. Ibrahim Asila, to deliver the keynote speech. Honorable Minister, welcome on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibrahim Asila, Minister of Information, Communication and Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson and your co-host. I also stand on the existing protocol to welcome all of you to this year's event, which of course is happening at a very critical time in our history when the Gambia, like all other countries around the world, is battling with the COVID pandemic. But that notwithstanding, I really applaud your courage and also your commitment to see that this year's event is also held, and held in a manner that is far more important in the sense that we have seen more journalists participating in the award ceremony, and also a lot of you have taken the need to participate in the award itself. Let me tell you that the government of the Gambia is committed to work with the journalists to improve the profession and also to provide the enabling environment so that you can continue to work and not only provide the information, but provide valuable information that helps citizens to make informed choices. As you have all seen, just a few weeks ago, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Adama Barrow, signed into law the Access to Information Law, and this will help the Gambian journalists to at least access public information more easily and also in a more organized manner. We are also working with the Parliament, with the National Assembly, to remove from our statute books some of those draconian laws that have been hindering the work of journalists. Currently, we have the Information Communication Amendment Bill at the National Assembly that actually intends to remove from the Act one of those very draconian amendments that were added in the Act in 2013, making it punishable to use the internet to criticize, but also write statements that the government considered as unfriendly. So we are also working with the Attorney General's chambers to lay before Parliament the other laws that actually have been much of a controversy in this country. The Gambia Press Union actually took the government to court, and some of those laws actually were expunged from the statute book. But we are taking the formal process in ensuring that the media is given utmost priority in our governance process. This year we have seen the Gambia Press Union increase the number of training provided to the journalists, and I'm very happy that I was part of the closing ceremony of a very important training program which was to enhance fact-checking in this country so that journalists would not only report stories, but stories that are published or broadcast are fact-checked and then are given to the public in a manner that is more professional. We have seen the profession evolving. The journalism profession is evolving not only in the Gambia but throughout the world, especially with the advent of the social media. But one thing that remains fundamentally stagnant is reporting the story in a manner that is factual, that is also not biased. And I think that will remain so long the journalism profession is on the practice, on the path that we all hope so that it would be. So we have a lot of things happening, but also we have seen a lot of training, institutions coming up, especially MAJAC, but also the University of the Gambia. A lot of journalists today have a great opportunity to be trained locally, to have their degrees in this country, which some of us did not have at a time when we started our profession. So all these things are really laudable initiatives, but what is more important, as alluded to by the President of the Gambia Press Union, is to remain committed, but also to remain truthful and also remain very professional in whatever you do. We will continue to work with you, we will continue to provide that enabling environment, and we will continue to work with the union to enhance the working environment of the profession. We are happy that most of the difficulties that the journalists were facing in this country pre-2017 have reduced significantly, but we want to be in an environment where at least annually we see this country within the first 5 countries in the Africa region as one of the best places for journalists to practice their profession. Indeed, our ranking has been, continually, rising, but we want to be among the 5 best countries, and those will happen when we continue to collaborate, when we continue to provide that enabling environment and the legal and regulatory frameworks are well suited for the media to practice in a manner that they will not have any fears about what they are doing. But we also call on our colleagues in the media to continue to be professional, to continue to be ethical. We applaud all of you. You are all good people. You continue to do your job professionally. Yes, sometimes reports are critical, but that in itself is part of the democratic dividends that this country committed itself to in 2016 when we all went to the elections, and then we said never again. And that never again, we are all committed to it. We will continue to provide that enabling environment. And the fact that for the past 3-4 years you have been organizing this, excellence in journalism, that in itself tells very well that the journalism profession in this country is evolving, and evolving in a manner that I think we all like. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the nominees, and for those that will be winners tonight, we say thank you for the service and also the commitment that you have shown in the profession. We encourage all others that are practicing as journalists to be part of that grand agenda that the GPU is spearheading, that this journalism profession is not only about coming in and writing or broadcasting. It is also about ethics, it is also about standards, it is also about professionalism. If you join the bigger group, you will not regret it. And the Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure that is working with you will continue to provide that enabling environment, will continue to listen to your union, will continue to work with your union so that together we can make this profession one of the best in our continent. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Ibrahim Sila. I do have to praise the GPU for his, in as much as being on this, to be very critical of the government. But GPU always recognizing whatever the government does. I remember when they released the statement after President Barrow signed the Access to Information Bill, they praised the government and acknowledged. So, Honorable Minister, thank you so much, and we hope that this relationship between the GPU and your government will bear more fruits. Thank you so much. Famada.
All right. Thank you so much, Sankule, and thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We appreciate that. And then shortly, dinner will be served. It's past 11 already. Dinner will be served, but we know after dinner, there's supposed to be entertainment. And then now we are going to shift that. We have entertainment, just a little bit of entertainment. We have dinner, and then we straight go into the announcement, the category announcements. Because that is the most exciting part of all this. It's been, I would say, not boring, because very, very fruitful deliberations have been made here. But then at least we just ginger the place a little bit, Sankule. I think that will work perfectly well.
Let's get into
energize our guests.
Let's get into our
yes, you can see some, dozing off already. So then, while we are getting that set there, if you don't energy and the crew, just let me know. The dinner is about to be served. The waiters are doing their utmost to ensure that that is ready. The ushers as well, assisted by the ushers. And then when it gets to that, we will announce who goes where, because we have 4 serving stations. So we'll be telling you who goes where and who gets food from what station. So, but while we await that, we have our guest. If you're done, you're set. That we have an artist here. We have the police band. They will definitely be entertaining us as we move on, just in a moment. But before then, we have an artist that we brought. We are trying to promote everything Gambian here, and then we decided to come up with our Gambian artist list. to spice up this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, this guy has been very understanding. I reached out to them just yesterday, and then he agreed. You know, we have the police band. They have very fantastic songs. We have other artists, but this particular artist is very understanding, and he connects to everybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Brikama Boyo ST. Ashley Johnson on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Sana Singate ST. Dindi Mansa. Brikama Boyo is live in the building. Welcome on stage, LST. And now you can see the DJs are going all out to ensure that the stage is really set for ST. Put your hands together for ST, ladies and gentlemen, as it comes to the stage.
Idea is here,
Majority
Lesson learned, overcome the road, in the meantime, And if you don't achieve an order, but never put this still man of faith and try to quit because of hey Baba, we Mama, Sir Tegila, hey Baba, we Mama, Sir Tegila, nobody was there. Come congratulate, graduate. I'm a cool in the sun, I'm a cool in the sun. The light in the sun. For that sun, the Buddha man, the look at the sun. If you do that, another family, baby, you get the sun. Canada, America, money business, it's all kind like that. I'm using that sun. Yes, sir, Mr. Officer, they go with service. I'm poor with Germany, like I can call science. This is something I'm counting on. Then I can rap at the bar, Malo Prose Pay. Zio, Balunya wasn't really working for me, so for some fun support, the family of Balu, Mobe, Yalu, Vetse, Rimon, and Yabu, Bodo, Tina, and lifestyle is different, but trademark all need Kaswabu, the $1 billion motor, Punchau, Yamalu. That's what to everybody that look down on us. Now I'm looking down on all of that look down on us. And even though it's a million of about the man, but the still man of heaven proud of waiting was a religion for God to but yeah, Baba, we Mama, so taking out the garden, yeah, Baba, we Mama, when I say we're taking out the garden, rest in peace, rest in peace, praise.
All right, thank you so much. And then on this juncture, I think there is no need for me to announce that dinner is served. Well, those who are not aware that dinner is served, then you can use the respective food stations. And either ways, we have two serving stations to the left, two serving stations to the right. So you can join.
No, but I was about to say, you have to announce. If you're not looking right.
I said after the entertainment, announced dinner is served, just to see everybody serving themselves. So, well, the police band, they're also part of the dinner. So if you're done, you can join the queue to get your dinner. And then we'll continue with the entertainment. And the police band, they have very nice songs that they have in store for us. And right after this, we're going to hear from the police band, and we go straight into the category announcements. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back on stage shortly.
Children from the ages of 0 to 5 years. Life take 2 are children from the age of 6 to 14 years. Whereas life take 3 are children and the youth. stage theory with child form. The life stage 1 are children between the ages of 0 to 5 years. Life stage 2 are children between the age of 6 to 14 years. Whereas life stage 3 are children and the youth between the ages of 15 to 24 years. We know that different ages have different needs and different demands. And the Irwa Federation works closely with Child for the Gambia in guiding them to deliver quality programs to these children, their families, and the communities they come from. Overall, I am impressed with the work our local partners are doing. I just concluded my monitoring visit with them.
God bless the children, our future. Let them rise and lead the way and bring a brighter day. God bless the children, our future. Let them rise and lead the way. They'll bring a brighter day.
I am deeply honored to be here today to launch the Women
of refuge.
Gender based violence, be it physical, sexual, or psychological, has serious consequences for its victims. Providing a safe haven, therefore, for such a victim at a spur of the moment is critical.
It's a place where women come and receive information on their life, their welfare, and many other things, even economic empowerment. It's a place where they can access necessary health services. They will access psychosocial support. They will be able to learn one or two things that help them to integrate in their community. Fundamentally, they will also have a community of interaction.
I wish to acknowledge again the UNFPA for upgrading this shelter, equipping it, sinking a borehole, hiring staff, and supporting the full operations of the shelter.
I would like to remind us all of our shared responsibilities to protect the fundamental human right of all, including protecting women and girls in the Gambia from violence.
She's more than another, a girl get equal right to go to school and learn to make the future bright. She's more than a son, a woman should be a bride. Consider her days as sons and not to
Unique energy, unique solutions to invest in the Gambia's first mini-grid electrification project using solar energy in partnership with the U.S. Agency for International Development USAID, ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, and the Government of the Gambia through the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities and Regulatory Authority, PURA. Nyamanar, a community in the southern part of the Upper River region, close to Senegal, which has an estimated population of 6,000 people and 500 households. Nyamanar is a large community with numerous economic activities, thus in constant need of sustainable energy. However, the lack of infrastructural development and standard electrification system has pushed several businesses and households to rely on solar lighting kits and diesel generators to meet. The lack of electricity has prompted the youths of Nyamanar to travel to Senegal in search of work due to its proximity to the border. Unique Energy Project Manager, accompanied by Unique Group Chairman, Mr. Papa Yusuf Njai and team, visited Nyamanar with a representative from the Ministry of Energy, officials from Public Utilities and Regulatory Authority, PURA, and donor administrators from ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, ECRI, to inspect the ongoing development of the project. The project team has made significant progress with the transmission network, solar farm, house wiring, and meter installation. The project will improve visibility, enhance security, and promote nighttime socio-economic activity within the community of Nyamanar.
Children between the ages of 0 to 5 years. Life stage 2 are children between the age of 6 to 14 years, whereas life stage 3 are children and the youth between the ages of 15 to 24 years. We know that different ages have different needs and different demands, and the Yoruba Federation works closely with Child for the Gambia in guiding them to deliver quality programs to these children, their families, and the communities they come from. Overall, I am impressed with the work our local partners are doing. I just concluded my monitoring visit with them.
Bless the children of future, let them rise and lead the way and bring a brighter day. God bless the children.
I am deeply honored to be here today to launch the Women Empowerment Center.
The Orange Center, it is to serve as a place of refuge for women who are experiencing gender-based violence.
Gender-based violence, physical, sexual, or psychological, has serious consequences for its victims. Providing a safe haven, therefore, for such a victim at the spur of the moment is critical.
It's a place where women come and receive information on their life, their welfare, and many other things, even economic empowerment. It's a place where they can access necessary health services. They will access psychosocial support. They will be able to learn one or two things that help them to integrate in their community. Fundamentally, they will also have a community of interaction.
I wish to acknowledge again the UNFPA for upgrading this shelter, equipping it, seeking a borehole, hiring staff, and supporting the full operations of the shelter.
I would like to remind us all of our shared responsibilities to protect the fundamental human right of all, including protecting women and girls in the Gambia from violence.
To go to school and learn to make the future bright. Sis more than a son, it wants to be a bride. Consider her days as songs of
Unique energy, unique solutions to invest in the Gambia's first mini-grid electrification project using solar energy in partnership with the U.S. Agency for International Development USAID, ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, and the Government of the Gambia through the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities and Regulatory Authority, PURA. Nyamanar, a community in the southern part of the Upper River region, close to Senegal, people thus in constant need of sustainable energy. However, the lack of infrastructural development and standard electrification system has pushed several businesses and households to rely on solar lighting kits and diesel generators to meet their energy needs. Additionally, the lack of electricity has to Senegal in search of work due to its proximity to the border. Unique Energy Project Manager, accompanied by Unique Group Chairman, Mr. Papa Yusuf Njai and team, visited Nyamanar with a representative from the Ministry of Energy, officials from Public Utilities and Regulatory Authority, PURA, and donor administrators from ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, ECRI, to inspect the ongoing development of the project. The project team has made significant progress with the transmission network, solar farm, house wiring, and meter installation. The project will improve visibility, enhance security, and promote nighttime socio-economic activity within the community of Nyamanar.
Children between the ages of 0 to 5 years. Life Take 2 are children between the age of 6 to 14 years. Whereas Life Take 3 are children and the youth between the ages of 15 to 24 years. We know that different ages have different needs and different demands. And the Yoruba Federation works closely with Child Fund Gambia in guiding them to deliver quality programs to these children, their families, and the communities they come from. Overall, I am impressed with the work our local partners are doing. I just concluded my monitoring visit with them.
Children of future, let them rise and lead the way and bring a brighter day. God bless the children of future, let them rise and lead the way. They'll bring a brighter day.
I am deeply honored to be here today to launch the Women Empowerment Center.
The Orange Center, it is to serve as a place of refuge for women who are experiencing gender-based violence.
Gender-based violence, be it physical, sexual, or psychological, has serious consequences for its victims. Providing a safe haven, therefore, for such a victim at the spur of the moment is critical.
It's a place where women come and receive information on their life, their welfare, and many other things, even economic empowerment. It's a place where they can access necessary health services. They will access psychosocial support. They will be able to learn one or two things that help them to integrate in their community. Fundamentally, they will also have a community of interaction.
I wish to acknowledge again the UNFPA for upgrading this shelter, equipping it, sinking a borehole, hiring staff, and supporting the full operations of the shelter.
I would like to remind us all of our shared responsibilities to protect the fundamental human right of all, including protecting women and girls in the Gambia from violence.
A girl can eat right, to go to school and learn to make the future bright. Sis more than a son, a man should be a bride. Consider my days as songs not
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed the dinner, and some of you that are still eating and are enjoying the dinner. The policeman, I hope you are enjoying the dinner. Of course, and afterwards you'll entertain us with your melodious tunes, of course. Fatou, I hope you have regained some energy.
Yes, I definitely did.
Right.
It was just so, yes, the African guys are asking you to put up your mic, so you'll have to do a little bit of exercise there. It's not easy to have these two mics together, but that's exactly what we're asked to do. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break, the dinner break, and then we've arrived at a point that we've all been waiting, and that is the announcement of the awards. And then while we are about to start that, the policemen are trying to settle down so that we can have this process ongoing. And then this is how this will unfold. Sankule, we're starting with the Data Haidara Award, and then we'll move on to the GPU Press Freedom Heroes Award. We'll have the category announcement. All have nominee videos being projected just behind the scene, because all these nominees here sent in videos talking to us, explaining to us how they came about, these stories that they've submitted and that eventually got nominated for this 2021 awards. And then events right after that will announce winners for each category, and then for the first time introduce radio station, television station of the year. And then this was subject to public voting. So we'll also look at that radio station and television station of the year. And finally, we'll have the journalist of the year to cap it off on the vote of thanks. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight with this segment. And then Sankule. So, sincere apologies for that. So, at this juncture, we would just not want to get anyone off guard. So, Mr. Papsen, be on standby. He will be joining us on stage shortly to help us deliver the award, this particular award we are about to mention to the awardee. And then Mr. Baba Haidara, just be on standby. He will be joining us on stage shortly as well to just give a short statement. And then on behalf of the Data Haidara family, we go ahead with the announcement. But at this juncture, we would like to have the ushers on stage. If the award, the certificates, or the trophies are ready, I think the trophies, if they are ready. Mami, we acknowledge your presence. You're doing fantastic, Mami. Mami is with the GPU Secretariat, and she has been going up and down to ensure that everything is in place. Mami, thank you so much, and that's Mami Sedikan. So, Mami, the Data Haidara Family Award, if it is set, we can have the ushers up on stage to help us give those awards to the guest who will be assisting us.
And the awards are ready?
Yes. So they are trying to put that in order. But while we'll try to sort that out, Sankule will have the honor to invite Mr. Baba Haidara. Yes. And Baba is the son to the late Data Haidara, to talk to us about his late father and then how they came on board to support this particular award, that's National Journalism Awards 2020, especially this particular special award we are about to talk about. So Mr. Baba Haidara, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Haidara as he comes on the stage to deliver this statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a speech from the family, and it reads, ladies and gentlemen,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our sincere gratitude to the GPU chair and all executives, Sana Kamara, and entire member staffs and friends. The Gambia Press Union has been a pillar in the Gambia channeling young men and women into the service of their nation. They have been in collaboration with the Haidara family since the fateful day in 2004 through several initiatives and support activities. We are eternally grateful for your compassion and your solidarity. For the last 16 years, we have been tremendous support from many dedicated and passionate Gambians and citizens of other countries here at home and around the world. If we're here to dedicate an award to everyone who supported our cause, we will be here all night. With the blessing of GPU, we will endeavor to honor 2 individuals or institutions every year, not only tonight, but we will continue doing it every year with the collaboration of GPU. This year, we have the honor and privilege to present 2 awards to 2 exceptionally brave ladies who have put their lives on the line to raise awareness, denounce, condemn, and highlight the case of Deda Haidara locally and internationally to ensure justice is served. We cannot repay the continued unflinching and overwhelming role they played. May Allah reward them both. Please join me in giving a round of applause to these 2 formidable ladies, Neitafa Sose and Fatou Jain Senghor.
Neitafa Sose is not here, but Adan Jai is a sister to Neitafa Sose, and then Ada will be receiving this award on behalf of this person. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mrs. Adan Jai, who is about to receive this award on behalf of her sister. A round of applause for Ms. Adan Jai as she joins us.
And Baba, please kindly
the motion, please step forward.
Baba, please do us the honor.
And Baba is going to give the award. Can we have the usher help us with that?
Welcome to Mrs. Ada.
Round of applause for Madam Adan Jai as she received the award on behalf of her sister, Neitafa Sose. All right, thank you so much, Baba. Yes. Next we have. Thank you so much, Baba. Thank you so much, and congratulations to Madam Neitafa Sose. So next we have Mr. Pap Sen. Pap, join us on stage, please, to help us present this next award. A round of applause for our veteran journalist, the Doyen, Mr. Pap Sen, as he joins on the stage to help us deliver this award to, who is the recipient?
Of course, Fatou Jain Senghor.
All right, Fatou Jain Senghor is the recipient, and then Bintu Jaite is here on behalf of Fatou Jain Senghor. Fatou can't be here with us this evening. She's all the way in Dakar, and then due to unforeseen circumstances, she can't make it to this award. But she's ably represented today by Madam Bintu Jaite, who is here to receive this award on her behalf. And this will be presented to her by veteran journalist Mr. Pap Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Bintu Jaite. Step forward, please, Mr. Jaite. Mr. Sen, beg your pardon. Yes, thank you.
please hand over the award to her, sir? Thank you so much, Uncle Papa. Thank you, Bintu Jaiti, for receiving that award on behalf of Father Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sen. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So next, we have the GPU Press Freedom Heroes Award, Sankule. And then before we announce that, we want to have the ushers on stage one more time to help us present those awards as well.
Yes.
They're 2 in number.
Yeah, 2 awards.
Yes, 2. So we will allow yes, absolutely, the ushers to join us on stage first, and then we will call on our guests who will be helping us present those awards. So who do we have there to present these awards?
We have, of course, Fatou Jaumani, who will be receiving the award on behalf of one of the awardees, as well as Honorable Ibrahim Silla.
Right. So please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Fatou Jaumani as she joins on stage to help us receive this particular award on behalf of an awardee. We'll mention the name later, but we'll allow Madam Fatou Jaumani to join us on stage first. We're supposed to have a video of this particular awardee, but the technicians are trying so hard to get us that video as well. But in the absence of that, we'll have Madam Fatou Jaumani to join us on stage to deliver a statement that is at hand. She has it, and then she will tell us who this particular person is. She will read the statement, and then the EU representative here in the Gambia will help us deliver that award. So, Madam, if you're set, you would like to join us here on stage to help us deliver that. We're supposed to have a video for this, absolutely, but it appears it's proven difficult for us to lay hands on that as well, alongside that of ESOS. But then Madam Jaumani is walking now to join us on stage to deliver the statement. She will tell all of you who this particular person is, and then she will read the statement on behalf of this particular audience. Madam, thank you so much and welcome on stage.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to receive this award on behalf of Kenneth White Best, the Press Freedom Heroes Award. I will read a statement from him, and that will give you an idea of who really this great guy is. One by one. It says Kenneth White Best, delivered September 3rd, 2021 from Painesville, Liberia. He couldn't make it to this event. I will read his long statement and bear with me. It says, members of the Gambia Press Union, Banjul, the Gambia, dear friends, I wish to thank you all sincerely for the great honor you have bestowed on me by awarding me with this year's Press Freedom and Media Empowerment Award. What you have done is totally unexpected, and for it, I extend to you my deep appreciation. The good Lord makes no mistakes. It was by His divine providence that I, my wife May Jean, and our family came to the Gambia and made it our second home as the civil war raged in our country, Liberia. We praise God for this act that brought us to Banjul with a vision to start the Gambia's first daily newspaper. I must also say a word of thanks to all of you who made this award possible. I would like to extend my deep appreciation to the Gambian people for the cordial welcome which they accorded my family and me when I arrived in Banjul on August 1st, 1990, and during the 4 years we spent in your beautiful country. Following the outbreak of the Liberian Civil War, we had spent our first 2 months in Accra, Ghana, following which our beloved sister, Dr. Thelma Awori, suggested that we come to the Gambia because she was convinced that we could make a tangible contribution there in the newspaper business. Our immense thanks and appreciation go also to the late President Sadauda Kairaba Jawara, who, during our very first meeting with him at the Kairaba Hotel, shortly following my arrival, welcomed me and my family to the country and accepted my vision to give the Gambia its first independent daily newspaper. I remember distinctly what he told me when I shared with him my intention to start the Daily Observer newspaper in Banjul. He said emphatically, "We need it. You go and do it." It was that mandate that got me moving immediately. Following a feasibility study, we made contacts with the leading business people in the Gambia who willingly pledged to give us advertisement and other support undertaking this first ever initiative. However, we were unfortunately unable to entice any of them to invest with us. I suppose because they did not know this new animal, a daily observer in the Gambia, and that it could be as lucrative, impactful, and successful as it became. But we did not despair. With the kind and overwhelming encouragement and support of our young lawyer, Ms. Ida Drame, who successfully developed and processed our legal documents, we were ready to launch the Gambia's first daily newspaper. We are exceedingly grateful to Ms. Drame for her legal expertise and diligence throughout our operation of the newspaper in Banjul. Her astute advice and assistance over the years were invaluable. We recruited a few Gambian high school graduates to whom our profession was totally unknown and gave them a crash course in journalism. We remember with gratitude the assistance of the Thompson Foundation, which recruited and sent to us a former Scottish editor, Mr. Ian Nemo, who came out and conducted training for our young reporters. The last day of Mr. Nemo's time with us was when he led the new recruits through the preparation of our very first edition, which appeared on May 11th, 1991. On that day, the Gambia's first daily newspaper was born. The rest is history. The newspaper soon won the admiration and respect of the Gambian public and became the country's leading periodical. We started with a circulation of roughly 3,000 copies and gradually increased. By the time of the coup d'etat that occurred in July 1994, overthrowing the government of the President Sadauda Jawara, our circulation has reached 12,000. On the day of the coup, we sold 18,000 copies, but could have sold thousands more if the printer had not run out of ink. We ran the newspaper successfully for nearly 4 years, until shortly after the coup. The Gambian Daily Observer enjoyed a brief honeymoon with the new military government, that is, until we began reporting on the excesses of the government. That is when Lieutenant Yaya Jammeh and his fellow coup makers started harassing us with summary arrests, imprisonment, and other acts of intimidation. On 2 occasions, I was taken into police custody. The first instance on October 30th, 1994. I was driven to an isolated police outpost and detained there for a night in the cell with a prisoner charged with theft. The following evening at around 5 o'clock, thanks, I suppose, to intense political and diplomatic pressure, I was released and driven back home. En route home, the releasing officer told me, "Mr. Best, from now on, you have to be careful what you write in your newspaper." The following day, we were summoned by the Minister of Interior, who seized my passport. The following Sunday, I was again visited at home by the same immigration officer who had taken me to prison. I was driven to the airport again at breakneck speed, and around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, escorted to the airport VIP lounge, where the chief immigration officer handed me my passport. He told me I was that same afternoon being deported to Liberia by awaiting Nigerian Airways flight. That afternoon, I was flown back to Liberia, where thanks to BBC, which had covered the entire episode of my arrest and deportation that weekend, a large crowd, including relatives, friends, and Liberian government officials, were at Monrovia's Spain airfield to welcome me. In the car that brought me to Monrovia, the Liberian capital, we heard on BBC one of our Gambian observer reporters, Ibrahim Sise, blasting away at the Gambian government for the way, he said, they had treated his mentor, Mr. Kenneth White, best. Ibrahim told BBC he would express without fear his anger at the way the German government had treated me, and announced that if they want my head, they are welcome to come and get it. I was in Monrovia barely a week when I received an invitation to attend a media symposium in Durham, North Carolina in the USA. Following that symposium, my family and I applied for asylum in the USA and were granted it. I remained in the USA for 11 years, following which, at the end of the Liberian Civil War, I returned to Liberia and subsequently resumed publication of the Liberian Daily Observer newspaper. The success and impact of the Gambian Observer would not have been possible without the commitment of those dynamic and enthusiastic young new reporters who took the vision as their own and ran with it. Some have gone on to establish their own newspapers, entered public service, while others have gone abroad and earned terminal degrees from some of the world's leading universities. They include Sheriff Boja, Ibrahim Sise, Chernovalde, Lamin Cham, and Justice Fofana. Others, such as our lone female reporter at the time, Fatou have remained vocal in the cause of democracy and press freedom in the Gambia. We must remember the hard work of our advertising representative, the late Lorraine Foster. We must remember the hard work of our first advertising representative, the late Lorraine Foster. Said Gay, a Senegalese engineer, helped us set up our own printing press. Special thanks go to my good friend and brother, the late David Abel Thomas, one of the Gambia's leading financial experts at the time, and the late former Minister of Health, Mrs. Louise Njai, who leased us the property at St. Matthew Junction, which housed the Gambian Observer from its inception. Special recognition also goes to our Liberian staff, whose expertise helped structure the business and transfer valuable knowledge and experience to their Gambian counterparts. These include Charles A. Minor, who did the feasibility study for the newspaper, Mrs. Juanita Elliott, now Mitchell, who headed our accounts department, my sisters, Miss Muriel Best and the late Mrs. Beryl Brewer, both of whom contributed significantly to the editorial style and structure of the newspaper. Mr. John Saidber was a key Liberian staff who managed the newspaper's information technology systems and trained our first team of layout and typesetting staff. Mr. Joseph L.A. Dean III recruited and led our circulation team. My wife, May Jean, served as our business and administrative manager, transposing our operating procedures from the Liberian Observer to the Gambia. I cannot conclude my response without stating that our experience in the Gambia ended in a disappointing manner as I reflected above on my deportation from the Gambia. That event was the beginning of the reign of terror against the Gambia, against the press, and against free speech in the Gambia and the Gambian people themselves. As you know, several other leading Gambian journalists were imprisoned and tortured, while some paid the ultimate price. We are proud of the work we did in the Gambia, and in spite of the Gambian Observer having been shut down, not of our own doing, the Observer's legacy lives on through many of you, some of whom we may never get to meet. We are proud of you too. It is our hope that the Observer in the Gambia can be revived to join the Gambian press and continue to serve the Gambian people. Let me conclude with the words of our Gambian Observer motto, "Forward with the Gambia." I thank you all very much. This statement is from Kenneth White Best. Some of you might not know, but some 20 years ago, this guy has been a leading light in the journey of journalism and press freedom in the country. I remember as a young girl, I sent so many commentaries to the Observer newspaper. One day he called me into the office. He said, "Oh, you're the one sending all these letters?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Do you want to be a reporter?" I'm like, "What's a reporter? I don't know what is a reporter." He said, "Oh, what's your level of education?" I said, "I'm just a high school graduate. I don't know what I'm going to do as a reporter." And then he explained to me. And then he said, "How about a columnist?" I said, "What's a columnist?" He said, "All these letters that you bring to the office, I'll give you space every week, and then you will fill that space every week." When Kenneth Best came to the Gambia, this journalism was not very known or popular. Of course, we have very good veterans in the Gambia. We need to remember and mention them. But he's the one who got a whole lot of young people into journalism. I came one day, I said, "Okay, Mr. Best, I want to be a reporter." He said, "You will have to hold us. It's a recorder." I went for my first appointment. I couldn't listen and write and record it, at the same time. But to cut the long story short, Gambian journalism have come a long way. And this past 20 years, most of us has been sent into exile because of what we write. And today we are very proud that we have so many young journalists in the country who are continuing from where we left off. And please keep up the good work. And just as your president and the Minister of Information have...
Tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards. 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Haidara family.
Thank you so much, Madam Fatou Jau. Yes,
tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards. 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Haidara family. Tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards. 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Veda Haidara family.
Special award. And
tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards, 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Veda Haidara family.
Well,
tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards, 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Veda Haidara family.
To the journalism fraternity.
Tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards, 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Veda Haidara family. Tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards, 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Veda Haidara family.
The recipient asked me to do.
Tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards, 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Veda Haidara family. Tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards, 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, RNA, and the Veda Haidara family. Tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists. National Journalism Awards, 37 nominees, 15 award categories. Don't miss out. Follow the event live on iAfrica TV, GRTS, Star TV, Paradise TV, Fatou Network, Kerr Fatou, Gambian Talents TV, and Voice Out Digital. Proudly sponsored by EU Delegation to the Gambia, Child Fund the Gambia, UNFPA, Unique Solutions, National Disaster Management Agency, R&A, and the Daida Haidara family.
Ready? It's a very
Tonight, the Gambia Press Union celebrates Gambian journalists.
So bear with us as we listen to what Mr. Issa Williams has to say regarding this year's awards, especially the judging, and then we move on with the categories announcements shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the 2021 National Journalism Awards. My name is Issa Williams and I'd like to congratulate every one of you who took the time out to put in an entry into tonight's competition. I'd also like to say from the outset that I'll be speaking to you in my personal capacity and not as a member or employee of any organization. I'll be making the speech on behalf of the panel of judges for the Gambia Press Union 2021 National Journalism Awards. The panel this year comprised of the following: Mrs. Ndai Tafasose, Vice Chairperson; Mrs. Amijuf Cole, Member; Mr. Boram Boj, Member; Mr. Demba Kande, Member; and myself, Issa Williams, Chairperson. The Gambia Press Union has as one of its core objectives the promotion of press freedom and freedom of speech. So it is therefore in that light that I shall be delivering these remarks tonight. I will be brief, pointed, and to the point. Let me begin by saying that not a single member of the panel of judges was influenced in any way, shape, or form by anybody. This was a group of sterling journalists with integrity, character, and unimpeachable ethical and moral standards, of which I was privileged to be a part. I'd like to proceed to the core of the matter. It was the combined view of the judges that most of this year's entries were well below average and frankly disappointing. The overall performance, we thought, was bad, with only, as you shall see in the awards, a handful of names coming up over and over again. It was clear that a lot of preparation didn't go into many of the entries, and as a result, opportunities were missed. There was a prevalence of editorial deficiency, in other words, laziness on an epic scale. There were even instances of derogatory language unfit for broadcast, making it on air. We had examples of clearly lived works from academia being passed off as journalistic, and a few instances of plagiarism. On the whole, it was not a good specimen of robust, honest, or ethical journalism. We previewed and reviewed every single entry based on the criteria given to us in our terms of reference by the GPU. Let me also state that we decided, in the interests of fairness, not to include entries for foreign news outlets. The reason we came to such a conclusion was because, in order to create a level playing field, it would not be right to pit entries that have been rewritten and corrected by news organizations around the world, major ones, if I may add, with the benefit of world-class editorship, against entries for media houses in the Gambia with a far limited capacity. The panel was deeply concerned about the gender gap. Of all the entries shortlisted, only 14%, yes, 14% of the entries came from women. The panel also noted with dismay the lack of entries for the women's reporting category, which then translated into a lack of gender-sensitive reporting. We couldn't quite put our finger on the reason why such gaps exist. In the overall reporting of stories, men were 4 times more likely as sources than women. Serious work needs to be done around taking the reporting of issues that affect women seriously. The question question of women and representation also ties into the wider scope of development reporting and the lack of entries in this category. We all agreed that as a developing country, the Gambia's journalistic output should reflect stories about ordinary people and their lives and the issues they face on a daily basis. This should be journalism aimed at lifting them out of poverty and ignorance. After all, the job of the media is to educate and inform. Agriculture and health entries also reflected this deficiency in coverage of development issues. While on the theme of development, a quick note about our observations of the need to have journalism that fosters national unity, especially in a polarizing and highly charged election year. It is the duty of the media to de-escalate tension, even if the politicians don't have the good sense to do so. My fellow judges detected problematic areas to do with sourcing of stories. We often encountered single sources and also observed a lack of diversity and stakeholders in storytelling. All of these translated into a failure to produce evidence-based reporting and very little by way of journalistic depth and curiosity, which in turn stifled creativity, flair, and imagination. There was also an overall lack of professionalism and authenticity. The putting on of fake tense is distracting and destructive because it takes attention away from the story to how it's sounding. At times, this even bordered on the ridiculous and comical, blurring the line between news and entertainment. An area of major concern was the failure to arrange words and phrases to form and create well-formed sentences. Syntax and grammar over the window. Subjects and verbs disagreed like never before, and were at 6s and 7s at every turn. The judges noted with horror the full-on assault and cold-blooded murder of the English tongue. As English remains the official language of the Gambia, it is the view of the panel that the language be taught properly from an elementary level to enhance critical thinking and writing skills of journalists later on in life. A junior journalist writing a story with grammatical errors is one thing. An editor allowing the publication of such stories is unforgivable. And herein lies the charge of editorial laziness and poor gatekeeping. There must be ethical standards in the newsroom where editors, as the last line of defense, pick up on what are frankly embarrassing mistakes that are completely avoidable with full sub-editing. We also noted areas of improvement with technical issues concerning picture quality in some of the videos. For example, poor lighting, bad sound quality. These are all little kinks that can be ironed out and would make a vast improvement in the listening and viewing quality of the entries. Now, having said all of that, all is not lost. There is hope. Yes, there is. There is vast room for improvement. The collective view of the panel of judges is that the Gambia Press Union should intensify its efforts by enhancing training at the Media Academy for Journalism and Communication, MAJAC, by way of e-learning, for example. This could provide invaluable help for junior journalists, but also especially for editors, sub-editors, and gatekeepers. The help can come in the form of regularly mandated refresher training courses and the sharing of ideas and best practices. There should be ways of teaching news practitioners how to measure the impact of their stories on the public through feedback and other means. Establishing a mentoring and coaching scheme is yet another way of increasing journalistic capacity and quality in the Gambia. Finally, and this is on a personal note from me, the education system has clearly failed if judging by the quality of the standards of journalism is anything to go by in the Gambia. The complete inability to comprehend issues, and what's more, to abide by the grammatical rules of the written and spoken word is alarming. I therefore urge every journalist to read widely on your own free time. Try to extend your vocabulary. Be curious about the world around you, and make sure always you prepare for interviews. Do the earnest background work, and during your interviews, ask the tough and difficult questions of those in power. See your job as a voice for the voiceless. You should speak up, fear no one, and let the truth be your guiding light. The poet George Orwell said it best, I think. If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. And those words are a reminder to everyone, and especially to journalists, that journalism is not about pandering, but rather speaking truth to everyone, irrespective of their perceived status. My hope and prayer for you is that politicians, the corrupt and the dishonest, who thrive in the dark alleyways of this life, quake at the sound of your name. I thank you all for your attention, and have a very good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Esther Williams, the chair of the panel of judges. And thank you so very much. Once again, let's have a round of applause for Esther Williams. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's getting late, and we'll have to go into the next item on the agenda, and that is the nominee. Right now, a minute. The technical team, if you are ready, because how we're going to do this is we will announce a particular category, and after announcing that category, a short video of those nominees will be played, and from there on we will call on somebody on the stage who will announce the winner and as well hand over the award to that particular winner. In that case, if the technicians are ready, you may want to play us the category for human rights reporting.
My name is Taylor, commonly known as Flexstar. I'm a journalist working for Gynaco Online News. I'm also the editor for Gynaco here in the Gambia. I've been working in the media since 2014, late 2014, when I first ventured into journalism. I wrote an article featuring the National Human Rights Commission's 2019 report, and that report featured prominent human rights violations. For example, the likes of Killer Ace was highlighted in there. However, some other issues were not highlighted. For example, Haruna Jata and Keba Sera, a young man who was killed here by security officers. So this story went into further details when we engaged the NHRC chairperson, and we managed to interrogate the issue.
I am Janke Toure, news reporter at the Gambia Radio and Television Services, GRTS. And I've been in this field for over 6 years now. This story came about when I visited Saramaude sometimes in 2020 with my Club Food Foundation members to inspect one of the Club Food patients. And then it is from there that I decided to have a charge with the communities, because I saw a group of women queuing at the communities only well to get clean drinking water. And as a journalist, I think I can use this as a news report to at least help this community to be able to get clean drinking water in terms of homes and the like.
So I believe the story deserves public attention because it highlights the importance of the National Human Rights Commission's report, and it also highlights that the public need to be reporting human rights violation cases to the National Human Rights Commission more often. Not only that, it highlights the completeness of the National Human Rights Commission, their report. It also highlights that human rights violations, even the likes of Haramajata, the likes of Keba Seka, and all human rights violations should be looked into by the National Human Rights Commission, and I hope that will happen in subsequent reports.
It is through this story that the communities were able to get 5,000 liters of water tank from a philanthropy called Babacon Joy. So this story, I think, really deserves an hour because it created a positive impact to the lives of those communities.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the nominees of the human rights category. And they are not only 2 but 3. We couldn't get the video from the third person. Yusuf Taylor from Gainako, Janke Toure of GRTS, and Alaji Mane of the Standard newspaper. And at this juncture, we would invite our ushers to come and join us on stage, but as well, we'll call on once again the EU Deputy Chief of Mission in the Gambia to help us present this award to the winner. She will unveil the winner, and then we'll have a short bio that will run on the winner of this category. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Madam again as she joins us. And our beautiful ushers, they've been doing tremendously well this evening to help us coordinate this entire event as expected. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You all look gorgeous. Madam, welcome on stage once again.
Welcome on stage.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then the usher, if you have the, let me see. Yes, you want to step forward, the human rights category. So, madam, you will just get hold of the certificate and then announce the name of the winner, please.
The winner is Yankee Toure.
Yankee Toure of GRPS.
Toure. A round of applause for Yankee as she joins on stage to receive our award. Reporter and part-time presenter and also program producer, and she's an advanced diploma graduate in journalism from the Media Academy. Congratulations, Yankee.
Congratulations, congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, Sankole, which is the next category?
Yes, of course. The next category for the nominees is Business and Finance Reporting Award.
Right, Business and Finance Reporting category. And this has been proudly sponsored by the Unique Group. We'll get them here shortly, but before then, we allow the video to run. Ushers, if we can just shift just a little bit, we have that video. And that is the business category. That's the business reporting category. We get that one rolling. Yes. If you can have the sound, please. We don't have the sound, please.
this story actually focused on how the global lockdown has been affecting business around the world, including the Gambia, where at some point there was this fear that the country could run out of stock of basic commodities, and it was quite important to visit the main port of Banjul to know how business is going on there, knowing the fact that most of the goods, most of the basic commodities are actually imported.
I'm Mustafa Keda, news editor of Malagan. I started journalism in 2014. My stories were listed for business and finance reporting category was an investigation we did on a land deal involving Gambia National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC. The public corporation spent about $19 million procuring a land for us to build a service station in Banjul that turned out to be not fit for purpose. The GNPC director at the time, who is the current finance minister, had used up an estate agent managing his wife's property in Bruceby to procure this land for GNPC, and the National Environmental Agency said the place is not for a service station, and GNPC now wanted to sell the land as of the time of our publication, and it turns out that the offers they were having were a little over half of the amount that they had paid on the property, which is about $10 million. And so we did a story to bring these issues to light and the procurement violations that had happened during this process.
My name is Mohammed Asbar. I am assistant editor for a newspaper. I've served more than 10 years in the media fraternity, but I came to Foria since 2013. I came across with the story because looking at the COVID-19 pandemic hampering businesses, and obviously we knew how important businesses contribute towards the revenue, government revenue, where governments derive tax. So obviously if businesses are going down due to the pandemic, obviously government will definitely lose money, and which could retard development.
I believe this story stands a better chance of winning this award for the fact that the impact it had on society was quite huge, as it had been alleging the figures of people who were running to supermarket shops who made that last minute buying just to ensure that they have enough stock in their homes.
One of the most important area where government derive their revenue is obviously from tax revenue, which is the biggest revenue base. So if government cannot get that tax from businesses, obviously it will make it very difficult for government to finance the areas of development like health, agriculture, education, so which will obviously have a great negative impact on the lives and livelihood of people.
Applause for our nominees under this business category. And at this juncture, we will call on the Chief Operating Officer at the Unique Group. They actually sponsored this particular category. And this lady is no other person than Madam Adama Toure. And she'll be joining us on stage to help us present this award, not only to the winner, but also unveil the name, because we are yet to know or disclose that. And this award is in memory of Aliu Badaranjai, and is presented by the Unique Group for the category of Business and Finance Report of the Year. And Aliu was a great partner of the Unique Group and worked as the country officer of the Unique Group and manager for Unique Solutions, Senegal. His entrepreneurship spirit and love for business will never be forgotten, and they hope the winner of this award will exemplify the same spirit in his coverage of activities of the businessmen and women who make a difference in this country, and that is the Gambia. And the message ends by praying for the deceased. May Allah grant the departed soul highest of Jannah. Amen. But instead, Adama is here with us. Adama, welcome on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Adama Toure, Chief Operating Officer at Unique Group, to help us present or unveil this award. We don't know who is receiving this award. And Sankole, you'll help Adama tell us the winner of this category.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The winner is Mustafa K. Dabo.
Mustafa K. Dabo, ladies and gentlemen, Mustafa is the winner of the 2021 National Journalism Awards Business Reporting category. And not only the trophy and certificate is Mustafa going to win tonight, Unique Group decided to bring along a telephone, an iPad, and a power bank, and that's their latest. This whole package is going to Mustafa. Congratulations, Mustafa K. Dabo, and welcome on stage. And Mustafa is the news editor of Malagan, Gambia's only investigative journalism platform. Mustafa currently serves as Banjul correspondent for Justice Infonet and Turkey News Agency. He established himself as one of Gambia's leading investigative journalists, winning Journalist of the Year at the National Journalism Awards 3 years in a row. He is a passionate blogger, and in 2018, he authored an e-book playbook of the tyrant inspired by the 22 years of dictatorship under former President Jammeh. Congratulations, Mustafa, and thank you so much, Adama, for taking time to help us present this award. We appreciate it. All right. Next, Sankule, what do we have there? What category is that?
Well, the next category is something almost every Gambian is so passionate about, and that is sports. Because majority of people in this country so much love sports, and for us to know tonight what's going to be the sports reporting award, that's the next category.
All right, sports reporting category, ladies and gentlemen.
Islamic. I work for Afro Radio and I'm a sport producer and presenter. I have been in the journalism field over the last decade. The story of Modu Silla, BK Milan defender, and Modu Job Toldo, these are two unique stories that I've worked on in the Gambia. Well, Modu Silla was diagnosed with a heart, lung, and kidney disease, and he was sick for over 2 years before he got medical support abroad. When I brought them to the program, the family had a sigh of relief, and they were really happy that their son finally left for Turkey for emergency treatment, and thanks to Usman Show Drame.
My name is Fatou. I work for Afro Radio as a sport reporter and presenter. I have a 5-year working experience as a sport journalist in the country. I came up with the story idea after the then head coach Matran Bote released his final under-20 squad that represented the Gambia in the African under-20 championship. There was a lot of concern from some of the stakeholders because there was no proper competition going on at the time. Both National Division 1 League and 2 were suspended because of the coronavirus. The then head coach Matran Bote called on all the stakeholders to rally behind the team and give them the support. And I believe that story has a significant impact in the team performance in that championship as they went on to win the silver.
And for Modu Job Toldo, was the reality on the ground. But he told me on the program that he used to watch Nigerian movies, and the things that he saw, he thinks that was the reality on the ground. Little did he knew he was heading to the direction 25 kilometers away from Boko Haram, and even the fans, if you lose a football match at home, it's very difficult to come out from the stadium.
I believe the story was well written and deserved to be awarded as the story of the year. I will seize this opportunity and wish all the nominees all the best of luck.
But I think these two stories are unique and deserve recognition.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the sports reporting category. And then we have the singular honor. I have the singular honor to call Mr. Pap Sen. Mr. Pap is the honorary lifetime president of the Sports Journalists Association of the Gambia to help us present this award to the winner of this category. Mr. Sen, welcome on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pap Sen. A round of applause for him as he joins us on stage to help us present this award. Can you please step forward, Osher, to help us? Step forward, please, to help us give this to Mr. Pap Sen. Thank you.
Mr. Sen will tell us the winner of the Sports Award.
The winner is Lamin Fadera.
All right, Lamin Fadera is the winner of this category. Lamin Fadera of Afri Radio. Lamin is a Gambian journalist and a football commentator. He began broadcasting at Vibes FM radio in 2011 and spent 3 years as he joined Sen FM briefly as the head of sports department. Well, Fadera also worked with Hot FM radio in 2015 as sports producer and presenter. He joined Afri Radio in 2016, where he is currently working as a sports producer and a presenter. He writes for Africa Feeds, an online newspaper which has its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. He is currently enrolled at the Media Academy for Journalism and Communication, where he is studying advanced diploma in journalism. Congratulations, Lamin, as you receive your award.
Lamin, congratulations. I'm your dean. I covered sport 51 years. I covered World Cup 3 times, African Cup of Nations 16 times. I was also press officer of the Confederation of African Football for 8 years. So congratulations. I have to thank you because during our days in the 70s, it was rare to have a sport journalist. So now I'm pleased to note that there are several young, dynamic journalists in town, especially ladies. Congratulations.
Right, thank you so much, Uncle Pab. And then congratulations, Lamin, as you receive this award under the sports reporting category. And then as he receives that, the police band can help us. Thank you so much, Mr. Pab Sen. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Jaina Bambo, as a beautiful usher there helping us. All right, Sankole, next category, please.
Thank you so much, police band. And the next category for this award night is Migration and Human Rights Trafficking Reporting Award.
Right, Migration and Human Rights Trafficking Reporting Award.
I'm a freelance journalist working in the media fraternity for the past 10 years. I am very honored to be nominated among the list of Gambian journalists for the 2021 award. We have seen debate on the need for black African migrants to be granted citizenship since they were invited here by the former president. And since after the publication of this story, a lot of debate has been ignited on this issue, and then that actually helped a lot as the matter has been considered in the draft constitution.
Hi, my name is Babu Karsi. I work for QTV Gambia as a senior reporter and a presenter. I've been in the journalism field for almost a decade now. Alleged migrants accuse security officers of taking bribes and trying to smuggle, migrants via a boat to Spain. And that story has really helped clear doubts, and also many were arrested involved in smuggling of migrants, and many young Gambians were rescued, from not taking the back way to journey.
My name is Mapili Sise. I joined the media in 2010 with the Voice newspaper, where I worked from 2010 to 2016. Then in 2017, I joined the Office of the President as a senior communication officer. Briefly, then in 2018, then I came back to the media. I worked for the Standard newspaper. This story is a tip-off that I got from one of my sources. Then I made some follow-up.
I believe I should be considered. Thank you.
To my belief, it is one of the story that carries all the features of migration and human trafficking.
Thank you so much. We now call on Mr. Sering Fai, and Sering Fai is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Council for Civic Education, to join us here and help us present this certificate and trophy to the winner under this category. Please, man, help us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sering Fai, a round of applause. Let's see, join us on stage to help us present this award.
Welcome on stage, sir. Kindly tell us the winner for this category.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Mafuji Sise.
All right.
Mafuji Sise.
Mafuji Sise. Congratulations.
Migration and
Mafuji Sise started working as a journalist in 2010 with the Voice newspaper. He briefly joined the Office of the President, the Senior Communications Officer, in 2017. He currently works at the Standard newspaper. Congratulations, Mafuji. Thank you so much, Mr. Sering Fai, for helping us present this award. And congratulations once again, Mafuji Sise, for winning this award. And this is a certificate, just to let you know, it's a certificate, a trophy, and $5,000. That is what is accompanying this. Congratulations, round of applause for Mafuji. This is Mr.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, please, man. And the next category for these awards, of course, we will have the nominees for the Children's Reporting Award, Madam.
All right, Children's Reporting category, please.
I work at QTV Gambia as a news reporter. I have nearly 4 years of working experience in the journalism profession in the Gambia. Well, the story that I have presented to GP for the 2021 awards was done after I received a tip from somebody who lived in Ministerial who suspected that there were hundreds of children who were being abused by a child orphanage. Having received the information, I worked with the family, organizations who are in the advocacy of children welfare in the Gambia and the Ministry of Children and Social Welfare.
It's Omar Bar. I work for the Standard newspaper as the chief reporter. I started journalism in 2015 with regards to the young Gambian arrested in Casamas and of course taken to court. I got the tip from a friend and I made a follow-up. I make sure I got the young man's number and dad's number and called him and of course spoke to him about it and wrote the story and the story back with the from there the government of Senegal and get him released.
My name is Mohammed Asba. I am assistant editor for a newspaper. I've served more than 10 years in the media fraternity, but I came to Foria since 2013. We believe it is a human rights violation against women. FGM is obviously banned in this country. There is a legislation. So why is the government not taking charge of this legislation? Despite the ban, they are still violating the rights of children. So I deem it necessary to go and pursue this story. The laws are there, but why children should suffer after having the laws?
I believe this story deserves an award because it's a story that has necessitated government's investigation and temporary closing down of the child orphanage and followed by litigation measures. Currently, there's an international investigation led by the UK Charity Commission against the child orphanage.
These are human rights issues, and these are human rights violations. And also, it also exposes the unwillingness of responsible individuals or institutions to tackle this dangerous menace which is affecting the children.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome on stage the communication specialist, the child from the Gambia, Mr. Mustafa Mbaye, to please present and unveil the name of the winner under this category. And Child Fund has been very supportive this award this year, and they've been all out to ensure that this event is a success. Thank you so much, Musu and team. We thank you so much, Mr. Mbaye, for helping us coordinate that. Mr. You can step forward, and it's also been part of the organizing committee and equally part of the GPU board. Thank you so much, Mustafa. And now Mustafa will help us unveil the name Sankule.
Yes, Mustafa will please kindly do it and tell us.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, just before announcing the winner, I would like to advise my colleagues in the media, when reporting about children, please avoid glorifying them, especially when they're involved in labor, because child labor, children should be in school and not doing work. So, having said that, the winner for the children's reporting category of the Gambia Press Union 2021 edition is Momodu Lamin Choi of QTV.
All right, Modu Lamin Choi, congratulations. Modu Lamin Choi has over 2 years experience in the field of journalism. He completed a 4-year BA program in journalism and digital media at the University of the Gambia. Modu Lamin Choi currently works with QTV Gambia. Welcome on stage, Modu Lamin, and congratulations. Thank you so much, Mustafa Mbaye, for helping us present this award to Modu Lamin Choi. Modu Lamin is receiving a certificate. They also have a trophy and a $5,000 from the Gambia Press Union. Congratulations, Modu Lamin Choi. All right. Thank you so much, Mustafa. Congratulations, Modu Lamin Choi, and thank you, the police band.
Yes, congratulations to Mohamed Lamin Choi once again for that award. And next on the item agenda is the Health and Medical Reporting Award.
Health and Medical Reporting Award.
I am assistant editor for a newspaper. I've served more than 10 years in the media fraternity, but I came to Foria since 2013. I saw the need of coming up with this story because there is only one standardized children's hospital in the whole country. And looking at the rural Gambia, a lot of children are suffering from diseases. And then mothers are complaining about them not accessing these health facilities. So I deem it necessary to come up with this story.
My name is Fode Mane. I work in the Upper River region as the regional reporter for QTV in URR. I have served in the journalism field for 1 year, 5 months now. In 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic was disturbing the entire world, I decided to go to the Basse District Hospital as the only district hospital in the region to find out how is this pandemic affecting the people of the region, affecting the hospital particularly. I came to find out that the hospital was really affected. When you look at the facility, when you look at water issues, when you look at electricity issues, which tells you that it's not only limited to the headline which says 19 maternal deaths in Basse District Hospital.
My name is Khadija, a reporter of the Chronicle Media. I have been a journalist since 2017. I am nominated for 3 categories in this award. Under the health reporting category, I came up with the mental health story because I believe by writing about it, it will lead to public discourse and people who are in need of help might be encouraged to seek professional help. At the end of the day, there is no help without mental health.
Health is a very important component, and it contributes to the life expectancy of a society. So if children's health are at risk, obviously they will not grow. So I believe this is very important, so it deserves an award.
I believe that my last story deserves the award. But even though if I am not the winner, I'm still happy and delighted that I am nominated for the category that is health and medical reporting category for the GPU awards.
It's obvious, if your stories are shortlisted for an award, it means that they are good enough to stand out from the crowd. So for that being the case, I'm very optimistic that all the stories that I submitted deserve winning an award. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture we invite Mr. Pamudu Fall on stage to help us present this category and also help us unveil the name of the winner of this category. Mr. Pamudu Fall, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him as he joins us on stage. Thank you, Mr. Fall.
Mr. Fall, thank you very much. Please. And please kindly tell who the winner is.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to announce the winner of the Health and Medical Reporting Award. Mohammed J. Ba is the winner.
It should be. Yes, Mohammed S. Ba. All right. Thank you so much. Thank
you very much.
Congratulations. Mohammed S. Ba is the assistant editor at Foraya newspaper. He is an award-winning journalist and the second vice president, Young Journalists Association, the Gambia, YJAG, a youth, civil and human rights advocate. He currently serves as vice president of the Gambia Press Union. Congratulations, Mohammed, and thank you so much, Mr. Pamudu Fall, for helping us present this award. Mohammed is receiving a certificate, a trophy, and $5,000 in cash prize from the Gambia Press Union. Congratulations, Mohammed. Congratulations, Mohammed.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you so much, Nina, our beautiful usher, for helping us on the stage.
Thank you very much.
Next category, please.
Next, we're gradually getting there, and the next award is Women's Reporting Award.
Women's Reporting Award, ladies and gentlemen.
Of the Chronicle Media. I have been a journalist since 2017. The only story that made it to this year's category was on maternal mortality. There were conflicting reports of maternal deaths in the country, so I took it upon myself as a journalist to find out the number of maternal deaths and causes in our hospitals. It's obvious if your stories are shortlisted for an award, it means that they are good enough to stand out from the crowd.
It's the only nomination, the only submission that made it under this category, and who is coming on stage to present this. But then before we do that, it's a single person that has been nominated under this category, and the winner is... we are trying to find the name. Who is coming to present this award?
Of course, UNFPA will do
UNFPA, please, the representative, come on stage. We'll find out who the winner under this category is. It's just one entry there. It's not only one entry, but this is the only nominated one for under this category. So we'll find out the winner. We don't know who the winner is. UNFPA is coming to help us unveil the name of this winner. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Madame as she joins us on stage to help us present this award. Tachulan Kawai.
Welcome, ma'am.
Ali Buloko Sayawai. Thank you so much, Madam.
Please tell us who the winner for women category is.
Help us. We don't know the winner.
The winner for this category is Kadi Jao.
Kadi Jao, congratulations.
Congratulations,
Women power, they're doing tremendously well. And Kadi Jawo is a journalist and blogger. She has been in the journalism field for the past 4 years. She's currently pursuing an undergraduate diploma in journalism at the Media Academy for Journalism and Communication. She currently works as a reporter at the Chronicle Media. Congratulations, Kadi Jawo, aka Dija. She's receiving a certificate, a trophy, and $5,000 from the Gambia Press Union. Thank you so much, UNFPA, for the support. We really appreciate it. And we'll hopefully come back next year for a similar support. Thank you so much. External regards to the country director. We appreciate the support.
It's good to see that a woman actually wins this.
I'm really proud of them. Just 3 of them. Khadija, Janke Toure, and Aminata Isanyang. We're super proud of them. Win or without win, we're super proud of them. Hopefully, it's out of the whole lot.
It's just 14% according to the chief judge.
Well, next year we're coming bigger and better. Ladies are coming on board. Thank you. Next category, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, next category, it's Environment Reporting Award.
Environment Reporting Award, ladies and gentlemen.
Mustafa Keda. I'm the news editor of Malagana. I started journalism in 2014. My story, shortlisted for environment category, was an investigation we did on black sand mining in Kombo South in Sanya. The story exposed how mining was destroying lands that were being used by women for gardening. And the Jana Commission, of course, we all know, started a state investigation into the former president's finances, has recommended for all mining operations in the Kombo South to be stopped. Because of the Jana Commission made this recommendation, they actually recommended that a whole environmental impact assessment be done in Kombo and some land restoration to be done also. But the government, when President Adam Barrow came, this was not done, so he issued a mining license to someone considered to be a key sponsor, financier of his party, Mr. Abubakar Jawara. And so we followed this particular license issue, and we found out that there was no environmental impact assessment done before the gentleman was given the license, and a lot of other issues, including payment issues associated to the royalty that Gambia was supposed to get from the contract.
My name is Ahmad Faye. I am a freelance reporter with the Chronicle. I have 4 years experience in the media. Well, as a journalist, observing the change of weather, looking at the time that Gambians usually enjoy cool weather season, but it was getting hot, I decided to write about it to bring to the attention of the people about the impact and effects of climate change in our lives. I believe my article carries all the elements of a good story. It is timely, interesting, and of human interest.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now call on a representative from the National Disaster Management Agency to join us on stage to help us present this award. NDMA has been very supportive as far as this award is concerned, and this particular category, it's of keen interest to them, and they decided to chip in to ensure that they contribute effectively towards this year's event. So, sir, welcome on stage. It's good to have you. You will help us unveil the name of the winner under this category. They help us with that.
Yes, it was the honor and tell us who the winner is, sir.
Thank you so much. On behalf of my Executive Director and the National Disaster Management Agency, I have the singular honor to announce the winner of this category, Environment Reporting, Mr. Mustafa K. Dabo.
Mustafa K. Dabo, once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mustafa as he joins on stage to receive his award. It's a certificate, a trophy, and a cash prize of $5,000 from the GPU. Congratulations once again, Mustafa. Like I said earlier, Mustafa is the news editor at Malagan, Gambia's only investigative journalism platform. Dabo currently serves as a biannual correspondent for Justice Info Network and Turkey Agency News. So he's established himself as one of Gambia's leading investigative journalists, winning Journalist of the Year here at the National Journalism Awards 3 years in a row, and he is a passionate blogger. And in 2018, he authored an e-book, Playbook of the Tyrant, inspired by the 22-year dictatorship on the former president, Yahya Jammeh. Congratulations, Mustafa. And by the way, he's our Rasta journalist. Your hair looks amazing, Mustafa. Congratulations. Mustafa is our Rasta journalist. Next category, please, Sankule.
Yes, the next category.
All right, please, Van.
Merci, merci, merci.
We know we'll have the hot ones in between before we announce Journalist of the Year. So we'll have that one.
The next category is Legal Affairs Reporting Award.
Legal Affairs Reporting Award, ladies and gentlemen.
Nominees.
I've started journalism in 2014. My story shortlisted for Legal Affairs reporting features the continued detention of two alleged former killers of ex-President Yahya Jammeh who have been detained at the Union Barracks. Ismail Jammeh and Ali Gen were considered to be untruthful before the Truth Commission. And the case of the junglers, as they are widely called, posed a huge dilemma to the state that wants to protect right on one hand and also do not want to release people who are condemned to be or seen generally to be killers on the streets. The rights of these individuals also continue to be violated since the constitutional right is that they needed to either be put on trial or be released if they are not charged. So Justice Info, we followed this story and spoke to Human Rights Commission and also followed the conversations that were happening at the time over their continuous detention, including speaking to the families and the junglers themselves who were in detention.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we call on Mr. Madi Jabate to join us on stage, help us present this award to the winner under this category. Mr. Madi Jabate, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him as he joins on stage to help us present this award. And Madi has been part of our panel of judges last year, and then this year is here to help us present this award to the winner under the Legal Affairs Reporting category. Mr. Jabate, thank you so much for joining us on stage and to help us present this award to the winner. Help us unveil the name now.
Mr. Jabata will tell us which of the journalists has been following proceedings and anything that has to do with legal affairs. Sir, tell us the winner.
Thank you. So the winner for the Legal Affairs Reporting Award goes to my own dear grandson, Mustafa K. Dabo.
Mustafa K. Dabo. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations in order for Mustafa K. Dabo, winner of the Legal Affairs Reporting category 2021 National Journalism. Mustafa K. Dabo, congratulations once again, winner, Legal Affairs Reporting category 2021 National Journalism Award. It's a certificate, a trophy, and $5,000 from the Gambia Press Union. Congratulations are in order for you, Mustafa K. Dabo, and thank you so much, Mr. Jabate, for helping us present this. Lenisa, thank you so much. You look gorgeous. We appreciate that.
Thank you so very much, the police van. And the next category for this award is Travel and Tourism Reporting Award.
Travel and Tourism Reporting category. Ladies and gentlemen.
And presenter at the Gambia Radio and Television Services. I am very elated that my story is shortlisted for the award. The idea came emanate from a group I call the tourism anchors. These are the craftsmen, the tourist drivers, the local restaurant operators, and those engaged in tourist business. What they do complement the entire sector. These are the people that keep the tourist hotspot really active. And if they are hugely affected by the virus, if they are reading from the COVID pinch, the tourist sector will appear like a single tree, a tree without branches, and one tree cannot make a forest.
I'm a freelance journalist working in the media fraternity for the past 10 years. I am very honored to be nominated among the list of Gambian journalists for the 2021 award. We have seen the Travel and Tourism Ministry roll out a bailout package of $100 million that has gone into the industry after the publication of the stories.
I'm Mustafa Kedam, the news editor of Malagan. I've started journalism in 2014. Our story shortlisted for Traveling and Tourism Awards looks at a key tourism attraction site in the country, the Kunta Kinte Island, that's being slowly but steadily destroyed by erosion. Of course, many people who know the story of Kunta Kinte Island knows that there had been some number of artificial expansions on the island as far back as the colonial time. The water is eating back what it's taking away from it. This happens to be a very key tourist attraction site, and we had gone to the village and to the area to speak to people and to look at what's been done there and the impact of erosion on the island, and also to sort of begin a conversation on how to protect a key tourism site, and also to generally take the opportunity to look at how the low-level areas in the country are also being affected by erosion.
I believe my story is outstanding enough to win the award.
I believe I should be considered.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those are the nominees under the
Travel and Tourism
category. And we, at this juncture of the singular honor, to welcome on stage Mr. Musa Sise to help us present this award to the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Musa Sise. I see Johnson on stage to help us present this award to the winner.
Musa Sise is the president of Sport Journalism Association of the Gambia.
And he was also one-time chairperson of the organizing committee of the National Journalism Awards. Thank you so much, Mr. Sise.
Sir, it was the honor and tell us the winner.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I humbly and happily announce the winner of the Travel and Tourism category of the JPU Award. This goes to Aminata Isanyang.
All right, Aminata Isanyang. Congratulations, Aminata Isanyang. And Aminata Isanyang is a journalist at the Gambia Radio and Television Services. She is part of the cohort working in the News and Current Affairs Department as a reporter, producer, and presenter. And Aminata reports on diverse issues and presents current affairs programs both on GRTS radio and television. She is a media professional who works to deliver impact. Congratulations, Aminata, and thank you so much, Mr. Musa Sise, for helping us present this award. And Aminata is receiving a certificate, a trophy, and a $5,000 from the Gambia Press Union. Congratulations, Aminata. We are proud of you.
Well done. Congratulations,
right.
Aminata.
Thank you so much, Musa, and thank you. Congratulations, Aminata. You see, I'm excited,
Yes, the next category is Agricultural Reporting Award.
You didn't want me to say I'm excited. I am happy for our ladies. They are just 3 in number.
I am excited as well.
We need to make them outstanding.
Absolutely.
We have to recognize them.
And we hope
Just
next
3.
year we'll have more women
Absolutely.
on stage.
Congratulations, Aminata. Congratulations, Khadijao. Congratulations, Jankel. Keep on repeating that.
Why are you smiling when you are congratulating?
Next category, please.
Right, next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Agricultural Reporting Award.
have been in the Gambian media for the past 7 years. I started this hydroponic farming story when I was assigned to it by Mr. Idris Njai, and that is how I met Mr. Lee, the hydroponist. So the story is unique in a sense that you can actually farm without using the soil, and Gambian farmers could actually use a relatively new technology in the Gambia to boost production.
My name is Omar P. Jallo. I work with QTV Gambia. I am a news reporter and presenter. I started practicing journalism in 2018. I came up with the story, the impact of COVID-19 on the 2020 farming season, because I felt when the COVID-19 hit the country, Gambian journalists were either marginalizing or underreporting the impact of COVID-19 on the farming community. I actually kind of conducted a survey and a study to see how much has we been reporting on the impact of COVID-19 on the farming community. Because when this story was aired, I felt this year my story actually prompted the government to react positively and on time.
The second story, which is actually the commercialization of cassava production in the Gambia, is also unique in the sense that the story is teaching Gambian farmers that they can actually process this cassava into various finished products that are highly nutritional and could eliminate malnutrition in Gambian families.
I believe my story, because of its uniqueness, it deserves to be awarded the National Award of the Agriculture Reporting category.
So I believe both stories deserve an award simply because they are unique in their own ways, and both technologies or improvements could be used to boost production in the Gambia. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now call on Mr. Musa Mane, veteran journalist, to join us on stage to help us present this award to the winner and help us unveil the name of this winner. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Musa Mane, famous at the TRRC. Tachulan Kawai. Thank you.
The linguist, I call him.
Yes. English, Mandinka, Wolof, and Fula.
He speaks so fluently. I don't know how he does that.
Yes.
So you should teach me.
Thank you, Uncle Musa.
Thank you, welcome.
Come forward, please.
Please do us the honor and tell us the winner for this category.
Well, I am honored, first of all, to be making this presentation. And the winner for this category, Euro Esba.
Euro Esba is the winner of this category, Agriculture Reporting Award. Euro Esba has over 7 years of media experience in the Gambia, specifically reporting on agriculture, climate change, energy, education, current affairs, women and youth issues through online media and radio. He holds a diploma in journalism from Inside Training Center, the Gambia, and a certificate in communications from the Media Academy for Journalism and Communications, Majak. He served as head of newsroom and English news desk at Teranga FM Radio for several years, and he currently works with Mansa Banco Online, Gunjur Online Newspapers, and Africa Press Agency as senior reporter. Congratulations, Yoro. He's just received a certificate, a trophy, $5,000 in cash prize from the Gambia Press Union. Thank you so much, Mr. Musa Mane, for joining us on the stage, and congratulations, Mr. Yoro Esba.
I feel like that, when they play those beautiful tunes.
Police band will bring that
You think
later, yes.
Well, dancing? Okay, the next category is Cultural Arts Entertainment Reporting Award.
Visual editor and a photographer. Working with the State of Mike Multimedia, I have been in the field of journalism for about 2 years now. This is my second time applying for the GP Awards, and it's actually my second time being nominated as well. My title of entry is The Importance and Origin of Race Beads. The importance of beads cannot be overemphasized culturally and traditionally in our African societies. Though the only importance known to many is its seductive purpose, like decorating the beads around the woman's waist. This is not all. It also helps in restructuring the child's waist and serving as a key to last marriage in our African societies. But our youngsters of this generation do not understand all these. My story changed the perspective of many towards the importance of waist beads.
Hi, my name is Babu Karsi. I work for QTV Gambia as a senior reporter and a presenter. I've been in the journalism field for almost a decade now. I had to travel all the way to a village called Baria in Senegal with the Sanes and Manes who were trying to find their roots, and the great Nyancho who is a Khalifa Sane, and that story really, inspired them to do more. And as we speak, they are now moving ahead to go to other countries like Guinea-Bissau so that they can find the roots of their origin.
Going home with awards or not tonight, it wouldn't change the fact that I call myself a winner because this is a win for me. Like doing a story, an outstanding story for that matter, and people appreciate what you do, people support what you do, and people love what you do, people learn from what you do. This is a plus for me.
And thank you so much. Those are the nominees under this category. And then we now have the honor to call on Council Abdullahi Fati to join us on stage and help us present this award to the winner. Council, please join us on stage to help us present this award. Round of applause for Council Abdullahi Fati.
And entertainment.
And Council Fati will help us unveil the name.
So please do us the honor.
The winner is Keba Jeffang.
Keba Jeffang, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Keba as he joins on the stage to receive his award. Keba Jeffang, please, and Mohammed Esba is stepping up for Keba Jeffang to receive the award on his behalf. Congratulations, Keba. And that's the Culture, Arts and Entertainment Reporting Award. It's been won by Keba Jeffang, received on his behalf by Mohammed Esba. Mohammed also has won an award just moments ago.
Thank you very much, Council Fati.
Thank you, Council Fati, and thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes, and the next category for this award tonight is Political Reporting Awards.
Political Reporting Award, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Yusuf Taylor, commonly known as Flexdown. I'm a journalist working for Gynaco Online News. I'm also the editor for Gynaco here in the Gambia. I returned back home in 2018, and ever since then I've established Gynaco here in the country. I've been working in the media since 2014, late 2014, when I first ventured into journalism. I published an article on the National Assembly rejecting the draft constitution in the second reading. Now, this article highlights numerous issues. For starts, the media was only allowed 3 media houses to cover the actual proceedings, and the rest of the media had to pick it up from there.
I work for the Standard newspaper. I'm actually chief reporter. I started journalism in 2015. The story I did for the Gambia by-election. I was there throughout, from the campaign to the elections. And after seeing what had happened there, especially with regards to the way the incumbent was spending money just to get that seat, I decided to write that analysis piece about the elections. the stories that it is competing with, which were published in almost all other media houses.
Hello, my name is Khadija, a reporter of the Chronicle Media. I have been a journalist since 2017. I was motivated by the several Gambian students studying abroad who reached out to me to find out from the Ministry of Higher Education and National Assembly on why they are yet to receive their money of the COVID-19 relief package.
Why I think this article deserves public attention is because this article, I believe, will help to ensure that the leaders, as the National Assembly members, are accountable for the decision to reject the draft constitution.
The impact it had made, it cannot be compared with any of the other stories that it is competing with.
It's obvious. If your stories are shortlisted for an award, it means that they are good enough to stand out.
Right, that's it for that category. And then we would like to call on one of our guests to help us present this political reporting award to the winner. And then we'll also be assisted by that person to help us unveil that name. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll call on Mr. Baba Haidara to join us on stage to help us present this award to the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Baba Haidara.
Baba, please, can you stand here and face the stage? You can face the stage, yes. Please tell us who the winner for Political Reporting Award is.
The winner for Political Reporting Award goes to Omar Ba.
Omar Ba, ladies and gentlemen.
Omar Ba.
Omar is the chief reporter at the Standard newspaper, focusing on politics, and he started his journalism career in 2009 with the daily newspaper as a sports reporter and production manager, and later moved to the Voice newspaper as production manager. Congratulations, Omar. Omar's certificate is presented to him by Mr. Baba Haidara, and Omar, alongside the certificate, will be receiving a trophy and $5,000. Malado, can you step forward and deliver the trophy and the cash prize to Omar S. Ba. Omar Ba, beg your pardon. Omar Ba, winner, Political Reporting Award. Congratulations, Omar. Thank you, Baba, for joining us on the stage to present this award.
Thank you very much.
Next category, please.
Yes, the next category is Investigative Reporting Award.
Investigative Reporting.
Kerr, the news editor of Malagan. I started journalism in 2014. My story is shortlisted for the investigative journalism categories on alleged bribery scandal involving some officials at the Ministry of Fisheries. This story followed how officials at the ministry had taken bribe from Golden Lead, a fish meal company operating in Gunjur, Congo South. The permanent secretary, Dr. Bamba Banja, was suspended after the story was published and a state investigation was launched. For me, the most important thing about the story was how the so-called consultative committee established by law to deal with illegal fishing in the country's waters has been allegedly abused and negated by officials at the ministry, often for personal gains. When the story exposed this, it started a conversation around the operation of Golden Lead itself and how it was apparently profiting from authorities' lack of effective implementation of the law.
My name is Yusuf Taylor, commonly known as Flexstar. I'm a journalist working for Gynaco Online News. I'm also the editor for Gynaco here in the Gambia. I've been working in the media since 2014, late 2014, when I first ventured into journalism. I submitted an article on the NHRC, that's the National Human Rights Commission, and the Gambia Bar Association recusing themselves from a police-led investigation. This was the article which I wrote, and this story really interrogates the issue of Gorgin Boop and some of the human rights violations that have been attributed to him. And also raises the question if the police can actually investigate themselves. So this story really, I believe, deserves public attention, because it was this story which I broke that the National Human Rights Commission made sure that they held an independent investigation. Their independent investigation resulted in the redeployment of Gorgin Boop, but however, we have seen that Gorgin Boop is now back at anti-crime.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we call on Madam Aisha Davis to join us on stage, help us present this award, and she will also help us unveil the name. Madam Aisha Davis, Department of Information Services. Police, natanga tutimbo. I can't do the I was sumiyari mbaka.
Police one, are you tired?
Madam Aisha Davis, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome on stage, ma'am. She will do us the honor and tell us the Investigative Journalist of the Year 2021.
Madam, step forward,
stand here, ma'am.
And Aisha, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, ma'am. Yes, please do us the honor.
The winner of the Investigative Reporting Award is Mustafa K. Dabo.
Mustafa K. Dabo, once again, congratulations. And this is his specialty. Mustafa is the news editor of Malagan, Gambia's only investigative journalism platform, and Dabo currently serves as the Banjul correspondent for Justice Infonet and Turkey News Agency. He established himself as one of Gambia's leading investigative journalists, winning Journalist of the Year at the annual National Journalism Awards 3 years in a row. He's a passionate blogger, and in 2018, authored a book. Congratulations, Mustafa. And these are in order for you. We are so happy for you. Hats off. And he's receiving a certificate, a trophy, and a cash prize of $5,000 from the Gambia Press Union. And this is presented by Madam Aisha Davis, Director of Department of Information Services. Madam Aisha Davis, thank you so much, and congratulations once again, Mustafa Dabo. And that's all for the category announcements. I'm tired.
Oh yeah, I can see
I'm exhausted.
Do you need some water? I can actually go down and get the water.
Let's go ahead.
You sure?
We have to wrap up this very soon.
We have to.
Yes,
and next on the item agenda, we'll have a radio station of the year.
And this is the first time, Sankule, we're coming up with this radio station of the year, television or online platform of the year. And this is the first time, and hopefully we will work and develop on this in the coming years. But this is the first time, and who do we call to present the winner under this category? That's the radio station of the year.
Who else than someone who owned a radio station for so many years? Mr. Babakar Cham, please welcome on stage to do us the honor, sir.
Veteran journalist, Mr. Babakar Cham, and he's also a member of the Media Council of the Gambia. Welcome on stage, Mr. Cham, and help us present this award to the winner.
Radio
station of the year.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cham.
Please do us the honor and tell us the radio station there.
Good evening. The winner is Brikama Community Radio.
Brikama Community Radio. Is that right?
Yes,
slightly, I'm sorry.
Yes, Brikamaba Community Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the winners of this year's radio station of the year. In the absence of a representative, we call on the chairperson of the National Journalism Awards, Yena Banyang Jai, to join us on stage to help receive this award on behalf of Brikamaba Community Radio. I'm not sure we have a representative here, but the chairperson can help us receive this award on their behalf, and we'll definitely forward it to them. You're right, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chairperson, please.
This award is for Community Radio of the Year, and that goes to Brikama Community Radio.
Brikama Community Radio. Community Radio Station of the Year. All right. Brikama Bar. Madam Chair, you want to give a hand to help present that? All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Cham. Thank you.
The next category is Commercial Radio of the Year.
Commercial Radio Station of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, and Madam Chairperson is here to receive that. Oh, she will be presenting that. Sorry.
Yes.
Madam Chairperson will be presenting that. And then the name is there. Madam Chair will help us unveil that.
To Madam Chair, let her reveal to us who the winner for Commercial Radio of the Year is.
Okay, the winner for the Commercial Radio Station of the Year is King FM.
King FM, ladies and gentlemen, Commercial Radio Station of the Year. Can we have their representative on stage? They are jubilating at the back. Congratulations. Congratulations, Commercial Radio Station of the Year. You want to join him on stage to receive it? You are welcome. Congratulations. Yes, madam. Congratulations, and then he's been joined. Commercial Radio Station of the Year. King FM, Commercial Radio Station of the Year, National Journalism Awards 2021. All right, next. Online TV Platform of the Year, National Journalism Award. We now call on Mr. Sirin Fai one more time to join us on stage to help us present this award. Mr. Sirin Fai. Online TV Platform. Mr. Sirin Fai is going to help us unveil the name and present the certificate and trophy.
Yes, online TV platform of the year, sir. Tell us who is the winner.
The winner for this online TV platform of the year is Kerr Fatou.
Kerr Fatou. Kerr Fatou, winner, online TV platform of the year, National Journalism Awards 2021. Congratulations. And we have the representative coming on stage to receive this on behalf of the CEO of Kerr Fatou, Fatou Toure. Congratulations. Online TV Platform of the Year, National Journalism Awards 2021, Kerr Fatou. Congratulations. You're receiving a certificate and a trophy. And we can see their cameraman very excited on stage to get those shots. Online TV Platform of the Year. Congratulations, Kerr Fatou.
Congratulations, Kerr Fatou, TV Platform of the Year. Famada.
Yes, thank you. We're consulting. So we have one item, Sankule.
They say every good thing must come to an end.
Absolutely.
And
it is the Journalist of the Year. But when we announce Journalist of the Year, before the vote of thanks, everybody will go. So now,
the before the horse.
Yes, vote of thanks before the Journalist of the Year.
Then we will reveal the Journalist of the Year, because we know that after announcing the Journalist of the Year, perhaps you will start walking away.
So we call on Modu SU,
yes,
the Gambia President, to deliver the vote of thanks.
A young, energetic, and intelligent and inspiring young man. Modu Diouf, welcome on stage to give us the vote of thanks for this year's award. Yes, you can.
Good morning. It has been a long night, but it's now time to raise down the curtains. But before we do that, we'll beg a little bit of your patience to thank people who have made this award a fantastic one. So therefore, the GPU wishes to commend and thank the award committee for the tireless efforts and work that they've put into organizing this magnificent event, and also the judges for all the time and tedious work that they've done, and in identifying the best entries and selecting the nominees and winners for the awards. We also want to thank our partners, the European Union, through the European Union delegation in the Gambia, RNA Company Limited, Child Fund the Gambia, the Unique Group, the United Nations Population Fund, the National Disaster Management Agency, and the Deda Hyderabad family. All of them for financially supporting this year's awards. We also want to thank other GBU partners, some of whom are represented here tonight, for the long-standing support to our activities, enabling us to continue building a professional media sector in the Gambia. And we look forward to more support and collaborations for media development and also for the development of the Gambia. And we hope that by next year, more institutions and individuals would come forward to support this excellence, to support this National Journalism Awards in promoting excellence in journalism. At the Gambia Press Union, we believe supporting good journalism is one way we are so as a country to open our eyes to our own social problems, our political problems, and our economic problems, and finding ways in which we can solve them as a country. I wish to thank you all for your patience and for being present tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SU. Round of applause for SU. And the final category that we've all been waiting for, and that's the Journalist of the Year. And who is unveiling that something? Absolutely. So, the Honorable Minister was supposed to present this. We have Mr. Mani Jabate. Yes, Mr. Jabate will come on the stage now to help us present this award to the Journalist of the Year. Africa will never forget their mic. I am so tired.
Mr. Mani Jabate, welcome on stage.
Mr. Mani Jabate, ladies and gentlemen, is about to present the Journalist of the Year, National Journalism Awards 2021. But before he does that, police ban,
Police ban.
Before that,
Special award. Are we dancing?
Mr. Madi, we have to hold on just a moment.
Madi, welcome on stage. You're given the biggest award for the night.
Sankula is flexing now. Yes, because it is ended.
The police, yes, it's ending. I want to go home.
Yes, we're waiting with the police now. Before we announce that. Yes, please, man. We want to get something. It's the end. Before he comes.
Before we call on this person.
Thank you so much. We'll have that in the end.
You were enjoying that, right?
Absolutely, I was enjoying that.
I was.
So Mr. Jabate is on stage. Help us, Mr. Jabate, unveil the name.
But before that, are we calling?
Oh yes,
Before Mr. Jabate reveal the name of the Journalist of the Year, we'd like to call on the ushers on stage because you've done an incredible work. Please, ushers, all of you, come and join us on stage.
All the ushers, please.
All the ushers, come and join us on stage.
Thank you so much. Where are they? All the ushers, we are super proud of you. Thank you so much for assisting. Fatou Sila of Majak. Round of applause, please. They've done an incredible job tonight. Nina Jat of School of Journalism. Shetijan Jai, School of Journalism. Ellen Saba, Majak. Marie-Louise Sanyang, School of Journalism, University. Jaina Bambo, University of the Gambia. Halima Tuchalo, School of Journalism, University of the Gambia. Malado, Majak. Lanisa, Majak. And they Sise, Majak. Thank you so much, ladies. You've done tremendously well. Now, Mr. Jabate.
All right, Mr. Jabate, do us the honor and tell us who is the Journalist of the Year, Gambia Press Union National Journalism 2021.
Thank you. At 3 a.m., I hereby announce that the Journalist of the Year Award 2021
is Mr. Madi Jabate. Thank you very much. Good night. Can I get my cash prize? Good night.
Next year, 2022.
Okay. Next year, okay. So, with great delight and honor, of course, I wish to announce that the Journalist of the Year 2021 is Mustafa K. Dabo.
Mustafa K. Dabo, Journalist of the Year. Please, band, please. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Mustafa K. Dabo. Well, congratulations are in order of you. Ladies and gentlemen, National Journalism Awards 2021, Journalist of the Year, Mustafa K. Dabo. Hats off, Mustafa. Congratulations are in order for you. We are super proud of you. Please, Putanga Biwai. Ahaken. Congratulations, Mustafa. We're super proud of you. Journalist of the Year, National Journalism Awards 2021. Congratulations. No, they want you to shake your body just a little bit. They just want you to shake your body just a little bit. All right, congratulations.
Mustafa K. Dabo.
Mustafa K. Dabo, Journalist of the Year, National Journalism Awards 2021. Thank you so much, all of you. Congratulations. Thank you so much, the police band. We appreciate your coming and you've made this night an unforgettable one. We are really proud of you. And thank you all for coming. It's been me, Fatou the season. Thank you, Janko.
It has been an honor to be on you on stage. Have a good night.